Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that little quick inconvenience. It is the Umzansi Esports League Grand Finals. Yes, it is about to be a lovely and a great day. Of course, Snare is here, but we're just quickly getting him back on the call and joined with Iro up at the top of me. And of course, I'm Tender Plays. Iro, how are you feeling for today? Are you excited for what is to come? I mean, there's PUBG, there's FIFA, but of course, we're starting here in FIFA.
Woo! I am hyped, man. It's been weeks for this grand finals weekend, the championship weekend, and man, the lineups that we have all the way up until Sunday are spicy. But it depends how the days go today and tomorrow. But I'm excited. That's the most important part.
I'm excited to be back, and I'm hoping that I'm back right now, properly audible, and our production crew will allow me to hear it. And here we go. I'm live. They wanted to make sure that you get all the mistakes out early, right? It's sort of like when you're actually playing a match of FIFA. If you're going to make any follies, if you're going to give away a messed up goal, have it happen in the first 10 minutes rather than deep into the game when it truly matters. But with that, gentlemen, we are talking about this championship weekend. We're talking about exactly how we've come here, 10 weeks of action. We only have top 4 players whittled down from the 8 that joined us at the very beginning. And it's quite interesting how this is going to be going this weekend, gentlemen. There's a lot of unprecedented things that have already happened in Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. As everybody knows, we have yet to have back-to-back champions. Right now, our defending champion, Julia the Beast Bianci, almost didn't even make it into the playoff weekend, literally onto the last final day of competition before his own slot was secured. And he's trying to be the first person in Umzansi Esports League history across all of our titles to make that double run back. Of course, we've already seen the promotion relegation qualifiers, something unprecedented happen where 2 players who were relegated also became the first 2 players to come back. But Tendo, how are you feeling about this? Is history going to be made this weekend? Are you favoring the Beast Bianchi, or are Divac, Bobo Beast, or Mobizilla going to be able to take him down this weekend?
It's a bit of a tough one, honestly, because when I was looking at this matchup, especially when we were coming into this, I just felt something about the Beast Bianchi that is really giving me some hope for a back-to-back champion. I mean, season 6 is around the corner, and no back-to-back FIFA champion. It might have to happen. That doesn't really mean I'm counting Bobo out of it. It is a rematch, right? And I think this is like the third rematch, if not mistaken, at this point between the two of them. So, going towards that game later on, it's going to be a lot of, I think, back and forth of who's the real beast in this moment, because that's what we're all thinking now. Who's going to come on top as the real beast? Obviously, we'll worry about tomorrow's semi-final when we get there. But this one could be a grand final in on its own.
Obviously, it really could be a grand final. Let's talk about some of the other challenges this weekend, though, Aero. Obviously, Bobo Beast and the Beast Bianchi found themselves as grand finalist competitors last season. Divac has never yet made it all the way into the grand finals, despite the fact that he's been involved in the large bulk of the playoffs, only missing out on one in last season's playoffs bracket. This time around, also, we do have Mobizilla joining us for the first time. So as we take a look at what the games you are going to be expecting for this evening, talk to me about what you think these other challenges are going to be performing like, especially Mobizilla. How do you think he's going to perform now that he's on the much bigger stage than just the normal league portion?
When it comes down to it, I've been looking at it at social media. I mean, DVAC has retired from the Bravado Gaming roster, and that is just due to the fact that he himself mentally isn't enjoying the game anymore the way he used to when he went into competitive FIFA, sorry. And when we looked at it from that point of view, mindset plays a huge role. So has he given up on Northern Gaming Championship as well? So those are some of the questions we need to bring into play for tomorrow's night. And that could be a challenge itself that DVAC will be facing off in his FIFA bout. But yeah, that's the only thing I could see from there. And maybe Mobizilla has a W coming his way over there. But like you say, no, DVAC hasn't gotten himself into that grand finals of there, so it might be that that's the one thing that's keeping him competing. It's the Umzansi League Season 5 grand finals.
Both of them are guaranteed at least one slot in the grand finals tomorrow. But here, of course, we are starting with Bobo Beast versus the Beast Bianchi this evening in the FIFA 22 side of things, before moving on to the first day of the grand finals in PUBG Mobile as well, where, of course, we're going to be following the playoffs format of Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and then Erangel Part 2 to round out proceedings. But this year, Bobo versus the Beast Bianchi, the all-important Beast matchup. This is a run back of the grand finals. Now, what is very interesting and intriguing about this matchup, Tendo, is that this season, the Beast Bianchi was able to beat BOBO Beast for the first time outside of playoffs. Last season and the season before that, he'd never been able to rack up a W against this man in the normal league run. Now he's managed to do it in the normal league. Now that he's in the playoffs, though, will that change things up? Is BOBO Beast looking at things and saying, you know what, I used to have his number. Now it's my time for revenge. It's my time to deny the Beast Bianchi an opportunity from going back to back in the championship.
Yeah, I think if Bobo wins this one as well, I don't see him not taking it as well. You know, I feel like he's gonna have so much momentum behind him that he's just gonna smash it out of the park and finally claim a title of his own. But yeah, the Beast Bianchi obviously defending this title of his. Is it gonna be one of those days where we see the better side of him? Hopefully for his sake, because if we see the better side of Bobo Beast, then it's not gonna be looking good. Like you said, during regular season play, it's not always too great for the Beast Bianchi. Then every now and then in the playoffs, then we might see that they are awakened. I'm hoping it's gonna be that. I'm wanting to see this back-to-back championship, but I don't want to count Boba out. Like I said, I still think he's got just a special place in the back of my heart. Just like if he can just take it over the line, that will really propel him.
I am personally, as much as I very much understand how both of you were saying about how the Beast Bianchi has certainly looked ascendant, there's been something about Bobo Beast. There's been a fire ignited within him. I think there's a hunger that comes with somebody trying to really stamp their authority or really demonstrate that I really belong here. I belong in the upper echelon. I belong with the big dogs. No longer am I going to be tagged up as underdog FC in these games. Bobo, you really need to change that, my friend. Please do it as soon as humanly possible. Before it starts, though, Aero, it's been a long stretch of time. And of course, fatigue starts to set in after all of the time of FIFA. One thing that they do have a benefit of is the small break we had in between the league portion and the playoffs. Who do you think benefits more from that kind of break between the two gentlemen coming up?
Well, it depends. Did they play the end game of FIFA 22? Because if they did, you'd know that the moment FIFA sort of 22's sort of timeline is about to end out, it's so much easier to get these special cards that are launching out towards the end of the game. So it depends who was grinding the most in that period. I mean, 2-3 weeks off foot weekend, the rewards you get out of that. Are we going to be seeing ultimate endgame teams coming out this evening? So that's basically who grinded out the most. Or was someone saying, you know what, I've got 2 weeks to relax, I'm going to practice this week? There's those questions there. Are they going in with the same team we did see them 3-4 weeks ago? Or are they going to coming out with a brand new special card ultimate team? It's gonna be the one who grinded the most in the past 3 weeks with FIFA itself.
That definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, but it's quite important to think about these team rosters as well, Tendo. He makes a very good point about some of these cards that come out at the end of the life cycle of a game. We saw last season during the playoffs as well that several of the players, I'm thinking in particular, Beast Bianchi himself, made some key change-ups in how he was playing in the league portion versus how he was playing in the playoffs, specifically with regarding to his team roster. Is that trend going to continue, you think? Are we going to be seeing him yet again experimenting with who he brings onto the pitch?
It's a difficult call, honestly, because during the league portion, yes, you're competing to make it into playoffs, but it's also kind of like your practice run where you are trying things here and there to see what works. So personally, that's when you should have been trying things during the regular league when you're trying to qualify into it. When it comes to playoffs, it can be a little bit tough when you bring in these new things and they're not quite working.
Let us see, though, who has been putting in the proper grind, who has been perfecting their ideas over the course of the last 10 weeks, and who will be going into the grand finals as our first qualified player, as we do now have semi-final 1 ready and prepared. Beast Bianchi, Bobo Beast. It's a Season 4 grand final rematch, and we have Aero and Tendo on the mic. Gentlemen, take it away. Let's get into this hype.
All right. Semi-final day 1 here in the Umzansi Esports League grand final. It's the big boy time. The top plays last weekend. We had the relegation playoffs. We saw Darth Mayhem and Rixa retain their position, but now this is where everybody wants to be, right, Iro?
Yeah, it is the semi-finals, and Bobo Beast going in aggressive from kickoff right here, keeping ball possession. Neymar onto Ramos, and again, a crazy selection of midfielder coming in from Bobo to be choosing Ramos. Ramos wasn't particularly a player we looked at over there, but Gavin Ditch, who's that? Like this is the team selections, the rosters we are getting out from the final end games and so forth. But I'm looking forward to this one. I'm excited. It's an important day in the Umzansi League, in the Nordwin Gaming.
Yeah, and if you believe in dream runs, it's gotta have to be Beast Bianci, because I mean, when we're looking at the season for Bobo, yes, we can probably say it was a dream run, but he was really top of his game, right? So he was kind of like the top competitor. You never really look at the top competitor and be like, oh yeah, they're having a dream run. They're kind of just like commanding, like Snare said earlier on. But this is the dream run for the Beast Bianci, and the shot comes in.
He played
a massive goal.
So good, right there.
Yep.
That was class. It was skill. It was beautiful. We don't usually see too much of the skills in the box. The composure coming out of there was just so splendid right there. That is what we need right here. Beast Bianci in the lead right here, Tendo.
And as I was alluding to it, Beast Bianci didn't have the best time getting into these playoffs. And this is where it really matters. This is where the dream run can keep going. Back-to-back champion, maybe. But Bobo might have something to say. Not really, as the defense has closed him out. And now the ball will be recycled by the Beast Bianci. And, when you get that early goal in, it really can shake you up. Yeah, it's an all right cross. Coverage is good on that side for Bobo Beast.
Good coverage, yeah. It looked like an open cross over there for me, but unfortunately defenders are awake, as I am as well, and they are there to defend right there. But it's almost as if this is a novel. This is like a chapter that's meant for Beast Bianci. I mean, we look at him being the champion. It's meant to be easy. He's meant to be at the top of the league the 8 weeks of gameplay. He's meant to just do it in his sleep even, because he is the champion. But like you mentioned, the playoffs, getting into it was not the easiest run for him. And I think he really struggled in that sense. But it's almost like we are watching Creed in a sense where, they have to win the championship and then lose and then build up. And that is not what you need right there. A tie coming in right now from Bobo Beast. The two beasts coming into play right here. One goal from each of them. Amazing scenes. And you talk, you miss it. You blink, you miss it. So let's talk more on the game.
Yeah, FIFA is definitely one of those games that if you're not focused on, you look away for 2 seconds, something crazy might just happen, and a lovely goal there from Bobo Beast to bring it back to level Peggy. Pressure is on now for Beast Bianci, of course, but maybe this attack might string together a little bit more hope on this run of his. But yeah, I mean, Iroh, it's going to be a tough day for these two. They've versed each other many, many times. And when you have kind of like the Beast Derby, I think we have to coin it now, the Beast Derby, right? Because this is what's happening. It's hard to tell who might come up on top, because as soon as Bobo Beast, gets that extra click into him, he's just a different animal.
He is a different animal, and he's always been like that, coming up, competing locally, globally, whatever the case may be. Is a really good player right there. But right now, Bobo Beast is on that build-up play. Both players are just so good when it comes down to composure, keeping the ball and dribbling in that place where they can do so. I mean, look at these two guys, and it's almost as if that Beast just represents the similarity in gameplay that they have as one-on-one. Yes, there is traits and so forth that is allocated to each of their own to make them who they are today. But I don't know, you look at one and you think you talking about Bobo Beast, but you'll be talking about Beast Bianci, etc. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean, but big run coming in over here from Cancelo. Lots of space open. So I'm going to choose to play back to Griezmann. Ronaldo on the ball here. R9 it is. Trying to find some room in, and the defense is good to stop that one. Would have been dangerous for him. And I mean, sometimes you just don't really, understand and feel the gravitas of the situation, like you doubling your money as well when you get into that grand final tomorrow. It goes from $250. Ooh, shot in
Nice.
here from the Beast Bianci. What a great goal. San Maximan in a great spot.
Ooh.
And he's losing out of here, Bobo, right in the beginning. But yeah, as I was saying, Aro, you doubling your money, just making it into that grand final on Sunday.
You're doubling your money, and in terms of doubling, it's Saint Maximum with the 2. He goes in with the shot, but it's a deflection, and it is a goal! Beast Bianci with the 2-goal lead right over here. He's taking this one with ease. The pressure is on. Bobo Beast cannot handle it. We already saw him make that huge mistake in the second kickoff right over there. But right now, he has to build up. He has to answer back. He needs a goal in order to calm things down. It is a best of 2, if I'm not mistaken, is it?
Yep, it is a best of 2. It is championship rules. So if Bobo Beast draws it up, we will be going to extra time, penalties, whatever you want to call it. And just a lapse in composure, I feel, for Bobo Beast there. You know, I think getting scored the 1 goal was fine. It was a good opportunity that San Maximan had. And then all of a sudden, it just comes out from kickoff. And it's never a good spot to be straight off kickoff, getting scored against. And now it's a 2-goal deficit coming into the second half of this first leg. And Iro, it's a weird game. I think just everything feels a little bit weird. It feels a little bit out of tempo as well. I'm not too sure if you're picking up on what I'm putting down here.
No, I understand over there. I mean, you look at Beast Bianci, and more so on Bobo Beast, he shouldn't be losing the ball in those areas. I mean, you're coming out on top of the league right over there. You know you have that experience not to just pass as free as you think you could. So, yeah, definitely not the best that we can see coming out from Bobo Beast right now. But second halves, he somewhat does magic over there. So I feel like we will be seeing maybe a goal or 2 to even things off in the first half, in the first leg right here. But I say that, and Beast Bianci with the shot, it is a corner kick coming in for him. And it might just be a bit dangerous as he takes it far and wide. Does get over there. And player open. He should have. I don't know. I feel like that kick would have just been sexy and maybe would have gone in.
All right. Well. That's very interesting. Whoa!
Still has an opportunity for possession. He has a pass available, but it goes running in. It takes the shot straight to the hands of the goalkeeper of Schmeichel. And things are looking good here for Bobo Beast as he has the time to breathe and relax.
It's been quite difficult for Bobo to get possession of the ball. Beast Bianci's really been putting up the attack. You got to be quite awake in these kind of situations when you're just on the back foot over and over again, just like this. So on Maximan looking for some space, but we'll get it kicked out.
Hey.
Schmeichel, got to be careful there at the back. We don't want to see any misplays. All right, at least now it was looking good for Bobo to make the run in, but the defense of the Beast Bianci is definitely online. And still 3-1. Beast Bianci looking to extend the lead, but Bobo isn't having any of that. And will send the ball through for a counter-attack, which might be a little bit crazy. That side tackle, not great.
Nice.
Crossing! There's in! The goal! Griezmann for Bobo Beast!
What a corner. Perfect timing. Nice header coming in. Griezmann to the ball, and that was just so beautiful to watch. Now, it is all a matter of one more goal for Bobo Beast in this situation, and it does look like we are seeing the pressure come over onto Beast Bianci. That pass still connects to Dybala. Now Messi running in. We are seeing him at the corner of the ball, passing back to the midfielder area onto Valverde. He's been bullied off the ball, and unfortunately he will lose that one over there. And now it is going to be Beast Bianci back on that counter-attack scenario right now, and just staying composed with the short passing, trying to gather the ball possession onto his team. The formation needs to be built, and things are slowly coming into peace, one pass at a time onto Graven right here. And still ball possession onto Griezmann, but unfortunately that pass is going to go AWOL and unfortunately not connect to Bianci's player.
Big run now for Messi, pushing that ball forward, but might get beat out by the defender. No, still holds on to it. He's fine for now. Yeah, just ran into that traffic. Bianci wise for it. Trying something of his own, but Bobo reads it well to send it back into the middle of the pitch. Griezmann, hot on his boots, looking for another goal. Opportunity for maybe Barella, but no. Just a little bit too much fancy footwork. Doesn't convert in the moment. 72nd minute. Time is ticking away. But 2-3 is a lot better than, what we were at that 3-1, right, Iro? Because now, even if Bobo goes down in this game, he still has that second leg to bring it back. And hopefully a little bit of momentum is on his side, considering he's the last person to score.
Exactly, that momentum is on his side. Bianci just playing the waiting game right now, passing it around, defense, going over to midfielder, Barella on the ball, onto St. Maximum. He's wide open, he takes that shot, unfortunately. Schmeichel to the dive, keeping things only one goal advantage. Passes down to Messi. Messi can't get the ball in from this corner, no, but instead he's trying to cut in. Kalulu, unfortunately, can't find an opening. Barella has a lot of pressure, brings in Kalulu back onto the ball. And now things are looking good here as they spread open for his players. And we can see the attack build up. Griezmann passes the defender. And this is an opportunity, but that may potentially be offside. No, he's still on ball possession right now. He can't get that pass in. And unfortunately, there's so much mess around the box right over there. But finally, Bobo Beast is able to just breathe in that essence. It was looking very, very dangerous for Bianci.
A lot of danger there, but evaded. Maybe an opportunity now, but it will go out. Yeah, it will be a corner, played short by Bobo. And the clock is ticking down. There's a lot of pressure because he has to find this goal in now, but Bianci recycles the ball quite well there. We'll send it out wide.
Beautiful pass.
Yeah, lovely pass. And I was going to mention that Griezmann is kind of that player now that I think that everybody's picking. Like you said, those new cards that are coming out. Griezmann is definitely looking like a big pick on both sides. Definitely impacted the game quite a lot. Last-ditch effort now coming in from Bobo Beast. Will he be able to convert?
Is on the attempt of converting, unfortunately gonna lose the ball. And then, like you say, Bianci is online, but that is gonna be an offside pass. A bit of an offside trap coming out from Bobo, and it goes in his favor this time around, but cannot play around too much with that, because one mistake means that there is no defenders for the man on the run for the counter attack. It is the last attack here on the play. Messi still on ball possession. We have gone into that 91 minute as it stands. Barella going in. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, and the whistle is going to be blown as the ball gets taken out by Bianci. A 1-goal lead here. It's not too dramatic. Bobo B still has the opportunity to work with this going forward. I mean, there's so much room for him to score that 1 goal to bring things off tie in the best of 2.
Yeah, there's still a lot of room to work with for him. There's still another 90 minutes after this, So if you're Bobo, you have to just kind of reset and just take a breath and just think about maybe, all the past experiences that you faced getting to this point, because it's a do or die situation. If you're Bianci, you're fine. I think Beast kind of lost a little bit of that gas towards the end over there because Bobo really started coming back more into the game. But for now, he's still looking good. I think Beast just needs to get a little bit more opportunities at the goal, and he might be able to close it up a little bit early over here. But yeah, 2-3, there's still a lot to play for either players.
Yeah, exactly. A goal from Bianci would mean that he's now sitting comfortably, because 2-goal lead is where things are get a bit more relaxed for. But that 1 goal, it's for anyone. It's for anyone to take and eat up on the dinner table. So whoever is going to finish the full meal right over here would then mean they are moving over to the grand finals on Sunday. But that would be either whoever wins right now is going to be a massive challenge for tomorrow's semi-finals, because the semi-finals DFAC Mobizilla against Bobo Beast Bianci, either opponent is a worthy opponent.
Yeah, it's still a long road until hoisting up that trophy of being the Umzansi Esports League champion. This is obviously the first hurdle for both players to get through. And I mean, so far, I'd say that the Beast Derby has delivered. You know, there's been some oohs and some ahs, some nice finishing moments as well in that first leg that we can look back on. But looking into the second leg, you really have to hone it in about wanting to play on Sunday, because it's not as easy as it's kind of been during the regular season, especially for Bobo Beast, right? I feel like regular season, he was having a great time. He was kind of cruising through most of the opponents. Maybe towards the end is when he started to lose a little bit of steam, but he was still, putting up a lot of positives. Beast Bianci has been mostly on the negative side if we're looking at it in the Umzansi Esports League, and this is why I'm playing on that storyline. Like, can this dream run keep going? Because it was not looking good. Then some Mr. Bones stuff happened there. You shake a little bit of and then somebody loses here and there, and then you're sitting comfortably to make it into playoffs. So for me, I just want to see who is more hungry in this next leg.
Exactly, and who's mentally strong to sort of keep the lead or beat the lead over there. So it's going to be quite a tough one. The inner beast now need to be unlocked between the two players.
Yeah. The inner beast has to be unlocked, and we'll get to that second leg very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check out Nodwin Gaming Africa on all social media, Twitter, Instagram. They be on there posting some fire graphics, of course. And don't forget, PUBG is later. We have another semi-final tomorrow, which is going to be quite interesting. You've heard us alluding and talking about it. So there's lots of Umzansi action the whole weekend, and we're just waiting for this action now. For me, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be very emotional at the end. It's going to be kind of bittersweet for let's say if Beast Bianci wins here, I'd be happy that, like, okay, the dream is continuing. Like, we might have this back-to-back champion. If Bobo ends up losing, it's going to be a little bit disappointing. After a great season, kind of now hitting this low point, not exiting quite how we would want him to exit. How do you feel, Aro, overall on your take on who comes out of this as the loser?
I mean, we were speaking behind the scenes over here, and I generally was swinging towards Beast Bianci. I mean, the experience, the chapter to back-to-back winner, it rarely sounds elegant, it sounds nice, but I'm still going to be swinging that way as well, and I'm going to say Beast Bianci wins this tournament, this semi-finals right over here, going over to the grand finals. Bobo Beast, he's alive, he's awake, he's showing us exactly the skill he has. He's a phenomenal player, and I just feel like right now Beast Bianci is going to have that one up against Bobo Beast.
Yeah, it's felt like it. At least he's had that little extra edge, especially in that first leg, that helped him get over the mark to close it out. We'll see if he can keep that edge, if he can bring some new things in here, because when you get to like the bracket stage of most tournaments, that's where you have to just throw everything in. It doesn't matter that ahead of the game you might be versing XYZ, because if you don't throw it in this game, then you're not going to have that game that you're planning for, that championship Sunday. So you have to throw whatever little trick you have in. And tricks, it seems like we are back in to see some more, as has begun. Iro, are you ready for us to get our first grand finalist?
No, I'm not ready. I am not ready. It's gonna be a roller coaster. This is it's intense. It's emotional for both players. You want Bobo Beast, who's had a grand final game against Beast Bianci and lost that, but here in the semi-finals, again, losing right now. But there's a lot of emotions in this, because he's gonna start questioning how he managed to top the league in there. But it all comes down to the playoffs, right? Your energy matters most here when you get that prize pool. And moving from here all the way to grand finals means that you already double up in prize pool, prize money, prize earnings. And with that 8 to 10 weeks of battling out, keeping up your top position, and you celebrate those achievements that come your way for Bobo Beast. So for him to lose this one, it is going to be a bit emotional, I have to say. But at the same time, it's going to be very emotional for the likes of Beast Bianci winning. Bobo Beast right now looking to have an opportunity right here. Passes to Bellingham. Bellingham on the ball. Ruiz does look like a different setup. I'm not sure if this is the same setup we had.
Doesn't look so. Seeing Pele as well. I don't feel like we saw Pele in that last game.
There was Ramos in there. There wasn't Bellingham. There wasn't Rice or Reese or whatever you call him for Bobo Beast. So it looks like that is the reason in which second leg may have potentially taken up quite some time.
They were working in the shop. Their brains were ticking. They're like, yo, hey. I need to make sure that I am putting everything out. Like I said, this is where if you have any tricks, you have to put it out now. It doesn't matter that there's a championship Sunday waiting for you. You have to first close out this semi-final. Marco Reus, some bad passes have been coming through from Bobo in the beginning here. He's had a lot of possession, but hasn't really utilized it well.
Really good pass coming out for Pele. But a great Valverde run to keep things on a corner. Goes in for the long ball. Passes over to Kulalu. Kulalu struggling to keep the ball possession, but he is going to manage to get a pass off onto his defense line right there.
Yeah, the pacing of the game is also a bit timid. Squandered ball there for Bobo. You gotta be careful, buddy, because someone is looking to close this one out, and it's looking like the Beast Bianci is primed for it, ready for it. Son Maximan has just been a problem for Bobo Beast to contain, and still in this leg, he hasn't found an answer for it. And now there's that 2-goal cushion for now.
There is that 2-goal cushion, and that's what I was talking about. He needs to alleviate the pressure of just a 1 goal, and he has done it very early. I mean, we're looking at it right now. It's only the 23rd minute, but Bobo Beast is still hungry, and he is just off a target right over there. That was an opportunity not to miss in the intense situations we are finding ourselves in. The goal would have been great for Bobo Beast, but unfortunately we now sit on our hands with still a 2-goal lead coming out from Beast Bianci. Bobo Beast still on ball possession. Ronaldo unfortunately is going to be stopped by Kulalu, and that also is a new pick for me in the rosters on the defense line.
Yeah, and we'll see how well that plays out. You need to be careful over here, Bobo, because another goal in and it's pretty much nail in the coffin. 2 goals we can fight, but 3 goals we have to start climbing, and we're at war at that point. Let's see what he can make of this attack. Marco Reus on the ball, so many defenders in front of him, but still manages to hold possession. Griezmann on it, looking for some room, a shot. But
desperate times calls for desperate measures.
Hey, desperate time call for desperate measures. And tough times never last. Only tough people.
It's gonna cost him heavy, but just offside yet again. I'm telling you that is gonna cause a mistake. One of these passes coming out from Beast Bianci, he's gonna find himself on side, and no defenders will be there because it is an offside trap. So
offside traps are. They kind of been the name of the game recently. No, yeah, it is definitely a gamble, but it's kind of, we've seen a lot of more offsides this season than we have in previous ones, and I think people are utilizing that trap quite well. But Beast Bianci now in the prime opportunity.
Damn.
A goal. The celebration comes on in now, and the Goliath camp is looking happy. And Bobo, it's rough for Bobo, honestly, because he was a finalist last season, right? Because coming out now, 3rd, 4th, it's not always great. Not a great feeling.
Yeah. it isn't a great feeling being the runner-up champion and now finishing in 4th place here for BOBO Beast. But I mean, what could be done in first half could be done in second half, right? You know, that's what a lot of people say. So there's still an opportunity for BOBO to bring in those 2 goals and potentially needing that third as well. So he's going to need to work just a little bit harder than Beast Bianci, and a lot more harder actually, because it's just an entire, and he has the ball still on his play. 3 defenders in his marking area, but it is still on Beast Bianci. He manages to go through,
lovely.
and that is a skillful goal coming out from Beast Bianci. It is not only a 2-goal lead, it's a 4-goal lead. 4 goals. Damn. Yeah. Beast Bianci is sitting comfortably. He's no longer on a small cushion right here. He's on the suit on the very top, sitting on a wide bed, right? If that makes sense.
Oh man, it's one of those heartbreaking times for BOBO Beast, because all that work, all this practice is coming into this game, and it's not completely paying off just yet. He hasn't quite clocked in on the Beast Bianci. And you often find this, I think, especially in a lot of esports rivalries. You know, you have that one team in the beginning of the story that is always dominating. You know, they clash together every time, and it's like, yeah, of course they're gonna win. And then all of a sudden, the person changes, that team changes. They start to figure out new things. They bring in some new strategies, whatever. And that's what we're seeing from the Beast Bianci. Because for a long time, he struggled against BOBO. But now, we might look at this fixture and just be like, oh yeah, well, that's a Beast Bianci game. It no longer this kind of like tie where we're finding out who is the better beast. More like, you know, there is a beast, and he is Bianci.
He is Bianci indeed. He's had a phenomenal 2022 year, and he's done a lot in the local scene here for FIFA, for Africa in a whole. So here to come back and potentially get into that grand finals, and not only just that, but be the runner-up championship, the back-to-back essence, is going to be a really juicy title to him. And from here on outwards, it's like, who can stop? Who's going to be the stop to Beast Bianci? Because if it's like this, it can just go on for many years to come. And with the seasons expected, it's going to be really good titles coming in for his achievements.
Yeah, and you got to imagine when you create a record like that, let's say you do go back to back, now everyone's going to be like, okay, well, you know, if Beast Bianci can do it, I can do it. And imagine how many seasons we're going to have of just this competitive play and people just trying to replicate becoming champion 2 times over. Young Savage didn't have a good run at it. I mean, ever since Young Savage became champion, he's kind of on that downward spiral. You got to commend the Beast Bianci, because he could have had championship fever, but it's not really kicking in just yet, right?
Yeah, it isn't kicking off just yet. But what could be done in the first half can be done in the second half. But if
don't come with that. Don't you start now.
But if things start off going in favor for Beast Bianci at this, tackle comes in, foul, BOBO Beast walking off with that. Now, he needs to calm himself down. He needs to breathe a little bit in these intense situations right here and come through with some goals in the second leg. We haven't seen any of that coming in. He had a great opportunity. Fortunately, just went wide a bit. And those moments like that is so key to the player's mentality, to the final outcome of a game. Just imagine if that goal had went in. It would have been so crucial for him going forward to think that there is hope. But then it went from 1-0 to 2-0 to 3-0. At this point, are you saying, okay, I'm happy with 4th. What are you doing? We'll talk about it just here after this right now with Saint Maximum on the ball. Ball possession still in Beast Bianci's favor right here. There is so many of the defense players, but Beast gets that goal. Lovely. It is 4-0. Saint Maximum has been the danger of this team right here. He scored a mountain of goals and has taken Beast Bianci into the grand finals at this point.
Whoa, someone's speaking so soon. OMG. Gosh, like they there's still so many minutes to play for. But I mean, yeah, the deficit
5
is quite a
goals.
large one. Oh no.
Offside.
Okay, the offside trap coming in clutch, saving Bobo. Well, I mean, at this point, it's hardly saving. But Bianci still looking to be aggressive, even after that. And it's been so tough for Bobo to even get a little bit of possession. He hasn't even really seen that goal too much. He hasn't really had an opportunity to bite at the cherry. And it just seems like the season is whittling down. It's unfortunate. And it happens here and there. You know, you get those regular league. Yeah, a bit ambitious. But you get those regular league or regular season gamers that are absolutely just on point, on par. They've got everybody in the league, you know, read like a book. And then they get into the playoff bracket, and that's when they start to crumble.
Exactly. And I don't know, the playoff bracket for maybe Beast is just smart, doesn't put his energy in there, because this is where you really need to show off who you truly are and what tactics you have in your book right there. You mentioned in the, and we'll talk about that offside. You mentioned in the Darth Mayhem and the Ruxa versus Pavendrill, if I'm not mistaken. But like you mentioned that we don't get to see those skills in Umzansi, but you see it now, and you see like Bianci pulling out all these fancy stuff, such composure in the box, and I didn't see that in the 8 weeks of gameplay for the qualifiers over there. So really, yeah, Bianci puts a lot of his energy going into the where it matters most, and that is a great ball. Dembele on the run. He does have the opportunity to score, and he takes it with ease. Dembele now with the goal over there is great pass, a great finish, a great run coming out from him. 5 goals in just the second leg. I mean, are we done yet, Tendo?
No, don't do that, man. Damn.
So,
guys, this is a tough way to start off, championship weekend, honestly. We would have hoped for a little bit more of a competitive match against these two. The Beast Derby, I wanted to coin it, but now we might just have one Beast to really be shouting for. And Bianci looking to head into Championship Sunday with a lot of momentum.
ooh.
Gosh, what a game that's gonna be against whoever. It's scripted at this rate, right? Like it's scripted for the Bianci to go back to back. I'm telling you, man. I don't know. I don't see that second semifinal. Those two in that semifinal. I don't know if they have it to beat Bianci.
This Bianci in which we see right now.
Yeah, this one that we're seeing right now. I don't know, man.
No one.
This is like the Bianci that, like, on Twitter, people are like, "Yo, Bianci,
Exactly.
best FIFA player."
This is when we started the league, we talked about Bianci being the best in the continent. And we started questioning that when we started to see his gameplay. We're like, is he really the best? What's happening? Is it the public talking about him too much? But this is the Bianci in which we can say is the best in the continent as it stands. But 5 goals is really amazing. It just shows exactly how much time he has put in the 3 weeks. There's that as well. How much time he practiced in and out. Did he VOD review the games of BOBO Beast on what he does? There's so much information that could have been inputted into.
Yeah, there's a lot of info on him, right? There's a lot of wait, what?
Oh no!
No,
how bad could it go here for BOBO?
No, production. Just cut it. Just cut it now. Just cut it now.
Griezmann with the 6th goal
Not
right
the
over
penalty.
here, and I think we end at 7. Just that final goal, 7 number goal lead right there would have been perfect, but it's tough. Very
what is it
tough
on aggregate now?
It's 7, yeah.
Is it no?
It's
how can
it's 8-2.
Oof, maybe he was gonna add a little extra one there, but not really.
No,
The
no,
keeper's
it's 9-2.
ready on his mark.
It's 9-2.
Well, we'll
right?
see at the very end of it all, honestly, what the aggregate is. And I mean, that's pretty much it. Even if he gets a consolation goal at this point, he's been shifted away. Yeah, BOBO Beast, the true beast, is standing up tall. Ooh,
Yes.
wait, no, don't do him like this. Don't do him
Hey!
like this. Don't do him like this. Not another penalty. This time I'm for real production. You can just cut it, man. All right.
Man. The big seven.
Just bring Snap back, please. To break this one down, because honestly, I'm at a loss for words at this point. I think oof.
I am at a loss of words. I really can't believe what I was seeing. We came into this one with so much hype and expectation. We came into this.
It just doesn't make sense,
saying,
man.
Both on air and behind the
sense.
scenes, that Bobo's out here. Bobo can at least make this challenging, but I expected this to be at least a very close game. And if I'm going to be completely honest, Julio the Beast Bianci, especially in these scenarios, has shown himself to be able to always overcome his challenge, but not to this degree. It's one thing to win out that first game with the 2-goal aggregate. It's like, okay, this is good stuff. You are ahead, but it's at least a much closer affair. But game number 2, not even close. From every aspect of the pitch, Bobo Beast just found himself controlled. Y'all mentioned it. He spent time thinking about the matchup as long as possible, trying to reallocate players in different positions, changing up his formation, looking towards different strategies, enabling the offside trap even higher up the pitch than normal. But at the end of the day, literally everything he tried did not work out. Julio, the Beast Bianchi, read him like an open book. If this was a fighting game tournament, we'd be like, he's got that full download, he got the fiber download with the 5G connection. He just had everything on this one, Arrow. And Julio the Beast Bianchi, at this point, if it's this version of the Beast, I'm feeling very fearful about any opponent he finds himself up against in the grand finals, because it's not looking like he's going to be losing to anybody, not even in Africa, let alone on the planet, in this kind of form that he's in.
Literally well spoken on Beast Bianchi's performance there in the 2 games were just so superb, but it was that second game that really just showed us a different version of Beast Bianchi, a version we never saw the entire season 5, but he kept it in to secure his spot in that grand finals. But that momentum cannot just stop there. It's definitely going to happen on the Sunday evening. I don't want to speak too soon. I'm going to let it write itself out on the Sunday evening over there. But it's going to be a fantastic show on whoever he versus.
Absolutely. And of course, now the first chapter of the grand finals has fully been written, with Julio the Beast Bianchi taking this dub and finding himself in the grand finals. Unfortunately, though, Tendo, you were mentioning it did turn out that this season, Bobo Beast, not only was he not up to the challenge of taking down Julio the Beast Bianchi, losing to him both in the league and in the playoffs, but it just felt like it seemed like he reached his ceiling. That's what we were kind of worried about, right? A lot of the times, whether or not you have that little bit extra in the tank to take you from how well you perform in the league into the next gear in the playoffs. A good illustration of this would be Julio between game 1 and 2. Game 1, I'd seen that Julio. That was the Julio, a refined version of it, sure, but that was the Julio we'd seen in the last 8 weeks. Game 2, completely different beast entirely, pun intended. Bobo Beast, it doesn't seem like he had that additional gear available. It did seem he'd already capped out in the league. What do you think he needs to go home and improve upon in order to get to the next level, to be able to challenge somebody like the Beast in this kind of form?
I think overall it's probably just a lack of creativity for Bobo Beast, because I think during the regular season we saw a lot of creativity from him, and it was sometimes some spontaneous goals and sometimes some crazy passes and plays that we were like, wow, who's gonna stop him when he's just so unpredictable? He just felt predictable today, unfortunately to say. I think Beast Bianchi saw that early and he capitalized on it in that second leg. After that first leg, I feel like he was kind of just trying to, like you say, download what's happening, like what is he doing today. And once he clocked that, like, all right, this is the play style, this is what he's going to try to do the whole day, it was just a wrap. There was no way in for Bobo Beast. And like I said, I'm sad, because it's kind of like a sad ending to a great season for him, because I mean, he finished top of the table, guys. Like when you're coming into tournaments and it's like, all right, we have to kind of like work of stats and seedings and all those kind of things. You have to then be like, Bobo Beast kind of has to be in that grand final at least. But this is just what happens,
Honestly, to me, it felt like I was watching Rocky right now. Bobo was our Apollo Creed, came in early with the dub. This was Rocky 4, though. Ivan Drago as Julio just killed him. I said, what are you doing for him? This is my ring. This is my arena. I'm the number one beast here. You're a pretender to the throne, making us all look very foolish for even daring to think that Bobo Beast might have to retire the Beast official title. Of course, now that this particular chapter is over, we do look towards tomorrow, where Divac will be taking on Mobizilla. One of them will have to come up to the plate to try and deal with Julio the Beast Bianchi. The one advantage they have, though, Arrow, despite the fact that Julio has looked this amazing, at the very least, he's looked it now. The tape is available, the information is there. It's not that much time between today and Sunday. However, the fact that that information is available, we can clearly see, for example, in this game, Julio, you mentioned it yourself, he'd gone back. You can see he'd watched the VODs because he was reading exactly what Bobo was going to do. Is there enough time for somebody else to do that to him before final Sunday?
I mean, if you look at Mobizilla, if he's able to win, he looks like a man who studies a lot, and he's always gone in on social, and I've mentioned this before, he always has that trick that's very different. So Mobizilla, for me, seems like the one to spend his evening after defeating Divac to go in and do extra work in order to succumb to the opponent of Beast Bianchi. But for Divac, I'm still on the question on whether his mentality is good enough to actually succumb to a player like Beast Bianchi. We've seen it on social media. He's pulled off from the Bravado roster, and this may potentially be his last competitive run that we get to see for the very longest time. According to him, I don't know how that is going to affect him tomorrow night, or if he's able to win against Mobizilla on the Sunday evening. So it's very questionable on how that goes. It's very, very tough on the entire matchup tomorrow, and I'm just going to leave it in the hands of the game when we do get to watch that.
It's certainly going to be an explosive tie. For me, it's a lot more interesting as well, given that, as you've mentioned, Divac has been dropped off the Bravado roster. However, his opponent in Mobizilla had literally undergone the same fate before Season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League, and it seemed to invigorate Mobi a little bit. From that particular point in time up until now, he's been a transformed player, looking stronger and stronger with each competition that he finds himself involved in. So I'm hoping that Divac either finds that kind of inner fire or might have that thing of, you know what, it's my last tournament. If I'm retiring, I might as well go out in style, take the championship with me, and say, see you later, everybody. I'm the last person. Might even be the one to stop Julio the Beast Bianchi from going back to back, because the way it's looking, yeah, Tendo, you were right. It might happen. Season 6 might not arrive without us having a double champion. However, that does mean that there's actually more pressure on Julio the Beast Bianchi. I think it's a lot harder to... Winning something once, it's great, right? It's amazing. Doing it twice is extremely difficult. Doing it back-to-back, when you know that you'll be the first person to do it back-to-back, it hasn't been done before, you're the one with all of this gunning towards you. Yes, we've mentioned that Julio the Beast Bianchi is the kind of person that can withstand a lot of pressure, but he's only human. So it might not be too surprising that even he might end up crumbling come Grand Final Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. And now it's like there's so much history in the league that we can be like, oh yeah, back then there was that champion and that champion. And then when we're looking at this chapter, would we be saying, yeah, there was the Beast Bianchi back to back, So I think you're right. It's going to be playing on him quite a lot. Like, yo, can I really do this? But I mean, after what I saw today, I think he can do it.
The way he looked today, he looked like he's a person that can write his own destiny in air itself. Of course, we'll have to see how that plays out on Sunday. And of course, our semi-final number 2 is going to be playing out tomorrow. However, here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, we mentioned earlier, this is championship weekend, not just for FIFA, but also for PUBG Mobile. So we are going to be going to a short break. And when we return, we come back into the action of PUBG Mobile. Before we go, though, after semi-final 1, please, everybody at Gold, go and give some love towards at Aero OG as well as at Tendo Place for the performance they put in today, giving you the hype and the action of semi-final number 1, the grand final rematch of the season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League. For now, though, we go to a break. When we return, we get into the battlefield. So please stick around, don't go anywhere, and stay with us for more of this action. Welcome, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5 continues with the championship weekend as we begin the first day of proceedings here for PUBG Mobile, witnessing these top 16s competing for that all-important grand final prize at the very end of this weekend. Of course, it's going to be a very exciting affair, so we need some of the best in the business regarding PUBG Mobile to help bring us this action. So we brought you Actfire as well as DK. Gentlemen, it's come down to this. This has been 10 long, grueling weeks that these teams have been going at it. All considerations about fatigue have to go out the window. All considerations about holding anything back have to go out the window. DK, it now has to come down to putting on the performance of a lifetime. Isn't it crazy that everything you've done up until now, the slate is wiped clean. You have to start all over again. So who are we expecting? What do you think is going to be happening over the next 3 days? Tell us the tale of the tape that we're going to be seeing here in the finals weekend for PUBG Mobile.
Well, if I'm being honest, I'm expecting some absolutely insane PUBG action to, be blessed on our screens as the teams are going to be stepping up, performing at optimal level. We've seen coming through the semifinals a few teams really stepping up and shining exceptionally strong, but I think it's going to come down to what Slime and Team Unique is going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. We saw a pretty strong performance over in the semis, but it's all going to come down to what they can bring through in these final 3 days, right? This is the grand finals. This is the be-all and end-all of this season of Umzansi.
Absolutely. And here at Actfire, we saw a lot of these squads. Actually, he mentioned them now. Teams like Slime 4KT, who just managed to sneak into this finals weekend, doing enough to remain consistent and to get enough points to get onto the board. As we look at tonight's schedule, seeing the maps that we are going to be having yet again in this playoff situation, talk to us about how that psychology needs to change going into the finals weekend, where it's no longer enough to consistently be placing points. It's pretty much all or nothing at this point of the competition, right? Go broke or go home, basically. So is that psychology going to be bleeding into how these teams approach the games?
I think so. I mean, I'm going to agree with DK that we're going to see, the boys like Slime. We're going to see, a lot teams like Unique perform a lot better than they did in previous stages. And we've seen this every single season that when it comes to that finals, that's when a lot of the big boys start stepping up. So boys like Desert Flame, BJE, I believe that we're going to see the more consistent teams who are very organized now come in and go in for that action. We're going to see them pushing out teams, trying to get those kill points early on, especially in a map like Erangel. We're going to see, teams be a lot less cautious than they have in previous stages.
Absolutely. Erangel, obviously, going to be the first map of the evening. Afterwards, we go on to Sanhok, then Miramar, before we round out proceedings with Erangel Part 2. One thing I find very interesting about how this is going to be conducted here, DK, is the fact that now these teams no longer have their luxury of finding themselves in different groups, right? So when you look at how things are going to be distributed, this point structure, this is going to apply to everybody. You don't have the luxury of saying, well, today I don't have to be participating. I can try and read the room, see what the VODs tell me before coming into competition tomorrow. This is 3 days back to back to back of nonstop action, pretty much just 12 maps in a row that you have to be playing. Talk to us about how that changes your preparation process, firstly. And secondly, will that change how teams approach the first day of competition today to try to at least store up a little bit of energy, even if they're not necessarily storing up play style going into the next 2 days?
Well, I mean, one kind of shift or approach that I'm definitely expecting teams to utilize here is a lot more of the VOD reviews, because this is going to be a lot more essential and a lot more handy for them to try and make their way on through and utilize the point structure to ensure that they end in a strong position. But with regards to how the teams are going to be approaching the day, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the more tactical approaches being utilized by the teams, right? There's so much more at stake here. So I think the teams are going to shy away a little bit more from the aggression and turn their attention a little bit more to just utilizing their opportunity and every possible opportunity. Should that result in aggression, or should that result in the teams playing it a little bit more calculated? That is all going to be determined by how they look to perform moving through these 4 matches today.
One thing that's very interesting about that outlining of yours is that there are squads that have shown throughout the last several weeks that they're capable of flipping that switch on and off as needed. Slime 4KT, BJE, as well as Team Lag, which we saw on page number 1. Of course, Team Unique, a team that we really saw stepping things up in the semifinals. Trinity Gaming also stepped things up to quite a dramatic degree as well, given their performances in the normal league run of things. Desert Flame Esports barely made it here, but they're here. That's all that really matters. We wipe the slate clean, sort of forget about the past in their respect. However, there is one thing I want to bring up from the past year, Actfire. Team Apex, right? There was a point in time during the league portion of things where they were looking incredibly dominant. Now, yes, they themselves probably understood that everybody else is not necessarily bringing the top level performances just yet. However, for them, are they capable of flipping the switch to try and find those same degree of performances, the same heights they reached in the league portion, but weren't able to do in the semifinals? Is there more in the tank for a squad like that who needs to be able to show up, who's a bit of an underdog coming into this finals weekend?
Okay, so one of the first things I'll say is the fact that you find yourself in the finals. I would not consider you an underdog because you've battled out through very tough circumstances to be at this particular stage. So I expect that these boys are going to try as much as possible to perform. We've seen them in the first stages, go guns blazing against most of these teams. They didn't have quite the same amount of luck in the next phase, but they still had their moments. They still had moments against Desert Flame. So I'll still say, we'll see how it goes today.
We certainly are going to be seeing how this day of action goes as we are now rounding out the final teams involved in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. Mad Knight, Solo Esports, Team Nzimbi, and Team EFX, all of them enjoying very markedly different journeys. Mad Knight coming here with a lot of dominance at the very beginning, tapering off a little bit as time went on. The thing I'm really interested in, though, are these last two squads here, especially Team Nzimbi, DK. We've spoken a lot about fatigue and about, pacing yourself, but one of the upsides, or rather the opposing side of that conversation, is momentum. What happens when you've been a sleeping dragon the entire time? You finally start going and you start building slowly but surely. Team Nzimbi, if we're going to be completely honest, they didn't look like they had what it took to be here in the first place on the first couple of days of the semifinals. But piece by piece, slowly but surely, they just kept clawing further and further and further forward. And before you knew it, here they are in the finals weekend. Can they keep that surprising run of form going? And given that they are probably one of the more underrated squads coming into this, does that give them a bit of an advantage since squads will not necessarily be looking out for them as a prime competitor?
I think at the end of the day, it comes down to how hungry and how eager the teams are for this, right? If they're really out here to show everyone that what they've got, I think that they should be quite successful in proving themselves. I think it's going to come down to what these final few plays are going to be holding in store for these teams. But coming in with that mentality, wanting to just showcase your absolute brute talent, I mean, I'm all for that.
Let's see, though, which one of these squads can showcase exactly why they are here, showcase why they deserve to be crowned the best within all of Africa, as Erangel Part 1 is ready for the evening. So for the first time here in Championship Weekend, Act Fire DK, take it away, boys, for this PUBG mobile action.
Thank you so much, Nair. Yes, as we move into our very first match of the grand finals for Umzansi Season 5, this is going to be quite an exciting one. Looking at our flight path that we've got coming through, it looks to be a relatively decent flight path, right? It's not going to be too limiting for the teams to get themselves spread out and situated across the map. But what I'm going to be quite curious to see is where that first initial zone is going to be forming, and then what the rotational paths will be for the teams to look to get themselves situated up into that very first phase.
Exactly. Just like you said, DK, we're already beginning to see teams just take on their different spots within the map right there. We see the boys from Slimefuck 18 not too far away from BJE, so we might be seeing some fights as they begin to rotate across towards where the zone is going to be situated, and we'll see that in just a minute, DK. But you know what our tradition is every single game, okay? Cost the cost. Cost the cost. We almost forgot. Okay, so who are we giving it to? Who are you giving it to today?
Ooh, all right. So a team that I would like to see just show us their true potential would be Desert Flame. We did see coming through the semi-finals and some sections of the group stages that it was not the Desert Flame that we know and love, but I'd love to see Desert Flame just step up and blow us away with such a phenomenal performance moving through the grand finals. I do believe that they possess the capabilities to do exactly that, but now they got to showcase it.
Okay, so one team that I'm gonna give today is Slime for KT, because I the way they play, the way I consider them, when I think about them in my mind, I think about them like villains, but from a good way, right? the way they run their attacks just feels nefarious sometimes. Like it just feels like I mean, it just feels like yeah, I'm gonna deal with you. It just feels like like they're vampires, like they're coming at you from so many different angles. So I'm gonna give it to them just because I feel like from a good standpoint, they are when they get things right, they tend to be the ones to beat. They tend to they move from that point where they were seeming like the guys who were the underdogs to now being the guys to beat in the lobby.
Well, I agree with you on that, right? Once Slime gets it right, there's not much stopping them. But the trouble or the challenge comes in with getting it right. And the only way I think that the teams would be able to achieve that, not only Slime, but the entire lobby, is by coming in with that mindset of saying, this is ours. We are going to take this one, and they will stop at nothing to accomplish that. They are going to be stepping in with a full force, full performance, and just utilizing all their capabilities and just showcasing that out on the battlefield. If that is the approach of a team coming in here, I cannot see why they will not be successful in achieving exactly that.
Exactly. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. So taking a look at it right now, we have two different teams who are currently situated with this particular region in Milta, and it looks like we might be seeing something going down right here. We do have just Sunny in this position. I do believe his teammates are not too far away, somewhere along the lines of Milta Power, and maybe they might be coming into this region to provide them some support. It's an interesting one because these are two teams who I mean, I was very proud of Trinity's performance during the qualifiers, DK.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very surprising performance coming through on their side. But it's good to see these teams stepping up, shaking the tables, right? I love when that happens. But talking about shaking tables, Sunny's going to find themselves in a very, very difficult position. A 1v4, as you can see, the rest of the team, they've now started to move further to that eastern side, looking to get themselves situated up in towards Multipower. I'm not quite sure what Sunny is playing at here at the moment, but I do sincerely hope that this works out, and this is not going to be a little bit of a bumpy start coming through for BBC, as we already saw Falak getting it taken away as well. But Trinity, they're looking to clear out these compounds as they move forward, and this is showing a really strong mindset, at least for them coming into this match.
So I think what Sun is trying to do is to remain as silent as possible, or to get the opportunity to at least take one guy down and hold them off before his teammates can come in and provide that support. We'll see how that one goes in this particular position. As if he does decide to take them on his own, then he better have some trick up his sleeves.
Yeah, you're going to need quite a few tricks up your sleeve to pull that one off successfully. But that's what I like about this whole situation, right? It just really keeps the tension high, keeps the pressure high, and the teams will need to maintain the focus. But the approach coming through from Sunny, I think this is a good information gathering play coming in, right? As you said, trying to keep as quiet as they can possibly be, while that allows Nihal and Kratos to now go out, ensure that they've got appropriate loot to move in and bring in some fortification over onto Sunny.
All right, things are beginning to get interesting right now as we do see the boys from Trinity pushing onto that region where Sunny is currently situated at, and then he goes down. Meath coming in with the knock in that particular one, and BBC not starting out quite great, and it looks like there's going to be some trolling as they're carrying him to the corner. Some punches are going to probably happen in this particular one here, DK.
I mean, Sunny being the sacrificial lamb and Mercy, showing a little bit of mercy right there, right? Not going straight in for the finish. Instead, just going to pick them up, move them inside, showing some respect before ending it right there for Sunny. But a very, very tough start for BBC, right? Already out of the gate, 2 players down. We're almost 7 minutes into this match. And that is a glorious run coming through for Trinity Gaming. But I'm quite worried for what BBC's hopes would be for the remainder of the match. Whether they're going to look to take this approach now as a duo and change up the entire play, or are they going to stick to their guns and try to just get themselves situated in some favorable positions across the board?
I think I'm gonna go with the latter in that particular one and just say that they should obviously just stick to the guns and try as much as possible to get those placement points, because now you're down to just a two-man squad. You definitely don't have what it takes to go on and fully try to take on fights in this particular one. So try to get into that top five as much as possible, and then take on teams in a third party situation that probably would give them the higher percentage or probability of success in this particular game.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, if we look back at what we saw coming through from the semi-finals, right? BBC being one of those teams in the top 16, not being able to acquire a winner chicken dinner. I mean, well, we can say exactly the same about Slime 4KT and the players coming through from Chaos Kings, but already this is making me a little bit worried because BBC not finding that kind of approach, that performance that they would have liked to see. I mean, if we look at Team Nzimbi, they found two winner chicken dinners. So it shows that they possess a really strong capability of surviving into those much later phases. But as to be expected, moving into the finals, teams are definitely going to be looking to play the game a little bit different, right? We have not really seen the full potential being utilized in the semi-finals. We've not seen these teams really utilize any of their major insane strategies, and that's what makes me so excited about the finals, because this now means that all of those plays are going to come out in the open, and it's going to be open to for all to bear.
DK, I think the most important thing to think about in this finals is that the, there's a difference between when you're playing in a lobby and you know that there's nothing to lose, and when you're trying as much as possible not to get relegated. You understand? You have teams
Mm,
like in Zimbi, like Trinity, who were playing the previous rounds, thinking to themselves, "Oh, you know what? I just want to do as much as possible to qualify. I just want to make sure
mm,
that I am not getting taken out." So they're not able to play to their full potential because they're
yeah.
trying, because they know I don't want to go and face those Inconsi boys, right? So coming into the finals, what makes it really interesting is, hey, you know what? Win or lose, I'm still here next season, so I could just go
Hmm.
out and do my stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, you want to keep the kind of mindset of you still want to try and finish up as high as you can, because we know there's a monetary reward to come alongside those placements and those positionings, but also I think it's down to honor, right, and pride coming through teams trying to showcase their full capabilities. But what I like, what we're seeing right now, is that the zone has taken an absolutely insane shift down to the southern edge of the zone, right? Moving right towards that eastern bridge. And this is going to be the opportunity now for the teams to showcase, because everybody is going to be hunkering down, trying to get themselves situated in a decent position, a good anchor point set up. And from that point forward, it's just going to be a lot of fighting and a lot of engagements breaking out between these teams as they now get drawn closer and closer together.
I love what I'm seeing from several squads right here. But another team to talk about is the boys from EFX right there. I They did have a tough time, coming into this finals. What do you have to say about them?
I mean, they've been going through the hustle, right? It's never an easy accomplishment to make it all the way to the top 16 in Umzansi. It is such a brutal hurdle and proving ground rather to move your way on through. So once again, EFX shown that yes, they can accomplish it once again, and this is the consistency that I like to see from teams. Even though things look a little bit shaky at times, they regroup, they re-strategize, and they just come in looking to show that they are able to keep the pressure up, keep themselves in contention. And I'm quite hopeful to see what EFX is going to be surprising us with through these next few days of play, to see just how far they can actually look to push their own potential.
No, personally, when they were having tough times, I just kept telling myself, I mean, this is Suli, this is EFX. We've seen what they're capable of in the past, and we know that they're able to take on those fights. But it just goes to show how tight the competition is now within the particular lobby. And other teams have stepped their game up so much that teams like EFX, who used to be absolutely crazy in the lobby, are now finding it really hard to begin to show their performances. We'll see how they do in this finals, DK, as we're approaching the third zone.
Yeah, third zone is on its way. We're about to pop into the next one. But looking at what we have currently with the situation, the spread situation happening across this phase, there's nobody on that southern island. The entirety of that military island is open. All 15 our teams are situated on the main island, starting to move in from the northern approaches here. But again, it's not. It's surprisingly quiet. We haven't seen many altercations come through just yet. So this is the quiet before the storm. Once we move into this third phase, that is where it's going to start popping off. These teams are going to let it loose. And I think it's going to be pure carnage between our players here. But again, some really interesting plays are yet to come as that zone now once again moves even further down south, forcing the teams to see whether or not they can find a decent position to pull into.
And you can already see that the way things are shaping up right now. Underrated Esports is not too far away from Desert Flame, and several different teams are already getting really close to each other. BBC is also coming into the mix right here as they're getting quite close to this region where all the teams are currently situated. And it does look like the boys from Underrated are trying as much as possible to hold a great spot, and they're not too far away from BBC. We might be seeing the fight being let loose as we turn on to this particular one, coming in between Team Lag and the boys from Mad Knights right there in the water. DK, let's take us through this.
Oh, yes, it is going to be 1-9, trying to see if they can find a few fishes. As you can see, the players from Mad Knight trying to now get themselves situated closer towards that southern edge. But as expected, we are going to be seeing a little bit of focus now being brought in over on towards this eastern bridge. Underrated already trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep here on the bridge itself, a bit of a gatekeep, a bridge camp. But it's going to be a very tough one because you've got Blackjack situated on towards that southern edge. We've got the players from Zero Tolerance moving in on the north. We've got the players then also from Trinity Gaming also in contention on those northern regions. So it's going to be a very difficult position to try and play this one out. Underrated now caught in a little bit of an uncomfortable sandwich here. So I'm not quite sure how the spread that they find themselves is going to be working out in their favor.
Oh, it'll be curious to see how this one actually does work for them. Them between the boys from BJE and Trinity right there on both ends. And sometimes it may not be the best decisions to be in a gatekeeping situation. But BJE might be occupied with the boys from ZTS who are currently just on their tail as well. And I'm curious to see how this one actually does work out for the several boys right here. DK, as we see the fight going down between the boys from Mad Knights and Mad Knights. DK not having quite a time.
Yeah, it is a very unfortunate play to get picked up in the water. I mean, there's not much that you can do, but we did see the team there from Chaos Kings, right? They were approaching the zone coming in from the western side. Once that zone shifted, they opted to rotate across the western bridge, going through the blue zone to get themselves situated on towards that southern island, evading a lot of altercations and engagements along the way. And we did see them starting to take aim onto the players from Rilla Insider. But Blackjack now trying to hunker down on either side of the bridge, right? They got this 2-2 split working. And as we can see, Phoenix keeping a very watchful eye, spots out Vortex having to do there from Zero Tolerance. Tries to put in a few hits, but none of them really connecting up, causing enough damage. But MG and Phoenix positioned on this side of the bridge. This could be quite a formidable force to now try and clear up at least this section of the zone.
I think ZTS might be walking into a trap right there as the boys from Underrated Esports are currently breach camping that particular position, and it might just turn out to be a whole lot of trouble for them. They've got to worry about the boys from BJE as well as Trinity, and we'll see how that one actually does go down in this particular region, DK. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Oh, yes, indeed it will be. As we can see, Vortex now trying to cook up a few of the nades, trying to send them up into the players from Trinity, but not really finding the reach. This time around, it's going to be Zero Tolerance forced to the edges, but the sprays come through as Paradox connects on up to Zinc. This could be now that opportunity for Vortex to push straight on forward. Yes, indeed they do. They pick up the trade kits. Yet another knock in. Miss so low on health, and off they go as Zero Tolerance alleviate the pressure from the Trinity Gaming team, clearing out their side, and now they can look to push forward. But the players here from Slime also now running into quite a bit of a brick wall as they come up alongside the players here from Solo Esports.
My goodness, Slime 4KT not having quite an easy time as they come up against the boys from Solo Esports, and they're down to just the one guy. It is 5 left for the team, and it does look like Slime 4KT, who we did speak about in the beginning of this match, are not looking quite great in this one. They've taken down 2 players from the boys from Solo Esports, but on the other end, they're down to just the last guy, and he's still trying as much as possible to fight it down for the team, but down goes Slime 4KT. Solo Esports winning that skirmish right there, and they're down to just 2 players, but can they get the revive just in time and move into the zone? We'll see how that one goes out for them.
Such a strong performance coming through there from Solo Esports. I'm pretty sure the team morale is almost through the roof. But speaking about team morale, we are yet to see what Desert Flame are going to be doing. We still got them situated up on towards this northern HPC. Zero Tolerance sharing this position with them. But now that rotation needs to be pulled on through. We can see Playboy there from Solo trying to run along the coastal line, looking for a bit of an opening, bit of a vantage point to sneak back into contention here. But look at the Chaos Kings, right? I was speaking about that rotation coming through a little bit earlier on, but now they move up to the coastline, get themselves situated, and they just look to leverage it as best they can. As we can see, the trades now coming in. Minato sitting here shooting fish in a barrel. And this is quite an unfortunate play, especially looking at lag.
Oh my God, Minato just at this particular point in time is just screaming to himself, licking his lips. It's just like juicy, juicy, juicy. All these free kills in my presence, just waiting for that opportunity to just take them down right there. So many different players, the boys from Lag, just getting taken out by the water right there. And what a time. But now he's getting shot up on the other corner as we do turn our sights onto the boys from Zero Tolerance, who are taking on shots from Desert Flame and DK. Man, I gotta tell you a secret, man. I'm a huge fan of Desert Flame.
Well, they are a pretty formidable force to go up against, and Zero Tolerance being no strangers to that fact. But as we can see already, the spray's connecting on up, and this is where Skydo is just looking to get cracked once again. Just absolutely laying it on so thick. But there's going to be a quick little bit of a rush coming through, as we can see Lord now just looking to get themselves situated back into the safety of the zone. But a good show of aggression coming here from Zero Tolerance as they just keep up the defensive line, making it so challenging. It's so difficult for anyone to try and venture through their players. But they're not out of the woods, as we can see the players there from the side of Underrated held up right alongside them. And this could be a little bit of that third-party action coming in. Blackjack also just off in the distance. A good vantage point could be played from that point. But Vertex going to be looking to do their due diligence. Spots out. Fela sets the shots through, but not able to get that knock in just yet.
Man, what a time. We're seeing so many different fights come in from several different corners. The boys from Zero Tolerance trying as much as possible to get themselves into that zone. They've got one player from Desert Flame who's still in the blue right now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get, or do the heal strats. Usually you don't see that happening in an Erangel game, mostly in Sanhok. But so far, we got the boys from BJE in their front, and it will be a very tough time for them to clear a lot of these teams and move all the way into that zone, DK.
Well, I got to say, Zero Tolerance are looking pretty strong, right? Even though they've been reduced down to only 3 players, they have been able to acquire 5 eliminations, and they're now going to be looking to keep that momentum going. Meanwhile, the players there from Team EFX will get eliminated, and down to the final 7 teams we go. Lag trying to make a few gains as well, as we can see them just a little bit further up ahead on that coastal position once again. But the Chaos Kings are going to be looking to lay it as thick as they can, as they now lay waste to the players from Rilla Insider. But up comes the rotation. Zero Tolerance looking for a bit of an opening, looking for a bit of an anchor point to get themselves set up, moving towards that eastern side. But there we go. Yet another team now falls to the pressure. Fellas actually just evading. The vehicle comes rolling on through. Now the chase is on.
Oof. That was absolutely close right there. I did think the fellow was going to get taken down by that buggy, but he somehow did manage to invade that one. And take a look at this, DK. Underrated Esports currently have a full squad still in this particular game. Although he's all alone in this center, he might be able to get support from his teammates if they can rotate onto that position that he's currently situated at.
Yeah, but I mean, Clutch needs to be super careful. They could maybe bite off more than they can chew, so I'd be a little bit cautious with that approach. But in the meantime, the rest of the squad, they're going to be finding the opportunities right down on towards Phoenix. The beautiful spray coming through here from Paraboy. Oh, and this is where it gets dialed up, spots them out, down they go, the confirmation soon to follow. But a quick response are coming in as we can see the players there from Lag looking to just capitalize on these third-party plays. Underrated now, meanwhile, trying to pick up their wounded, but it's not going to be enough as the shots come through. It is going to be Lag now looking to rush on forward. Paraboy gets traded on down, and Lag looking absolutely glorious. Down to the final 5 teams we go.
Oh, so we're down to 5 teams in this particular one. We got the boys from ZTS who are currently still in this position right here. They do have to get themselves into that zone as well. Underrated Esports are also having just one player left in this one. Lag coming in this final particular position, looking like they might be able to steal this game through as they're currently sitting down with a 3-man squad. They've got 5 kills for themselves so far, DK, and now it is looking like the boys from Lag might be able to steal this game through. They have a couple of players within that zone. They've got the boys from ZTS in front of them who haven't got the zone to themselves. So who is going to get this winner chicken dinner, DK? If I had to call it, I'll be saying Lag. But do you think we're going to have surprises?
I mean, it could definitely be a possibility as we can see Berserk now going to town once again, fighting the sprays down on towards Paradox, but it is all still up to Lord now for Zero Tolerance to show what they can accomplish. Meanwhile, the Chaos Kings are going to be looking to get themselves crowned as the winner chicken dinner takers here, but unfortunately, it is going to be 1-9 to welcome up Trex, and up comes the rush. It is going to be 1-9 to get traded on down now. And that position, of course, is now entirely exposed. Frieza not having the element of surprise any longer. Instead, they're going to be looking to see if they can maybe just recover a little bit of the strategy from this point, as they are now the final hopeful for the Chaos Kings. But we still have Clutch coming through there from the players of the underrated team situated down to the south. We got Lord situated on the eastern edge, and Lag once again finds themselves now being the team having a little bit of a position, a little bit of an opportunity here. They've got the controlling numbers, but I'm not quite sure whether or not our solo players scattered throughout this map are actually going to allow them to step up and clutch that winner chicken dinner.
One at a time for Lag at this particular one. They've got 2 players who are currently still up, but ZTS has Lord, and also there's also a player right here, Fraser from Chaos Kings, who might be proving to be too stubborn for them. If one of the players from Lag goes down, then it's an even matchup. It will be a 1v1 between these 4 teams, and what a tight game it is so far. Is it going to be Clutch God, or is it the boys from Chaos Kings winning this particular one, or will the numbers from Lag Esports count in this final one? It's all down to slim margins, DK, but if you were to call it, who would you give it to?
I mean, Lag look like if they've got the opportunity here, right? But they need to play this one as cool, calm, and collected as they can manage it. We have Cacao situated all the way over on towards that eastern side. As we can see also a slight bit of an elevated position. Lord just up ahead of them. But I think the decider is going to be this next zone shift. Where this next phase will be taking us, that will determine what is going to be the outcome of this final few phases, as we are pretty much at the end of the game. The zone now moves all the way over to the east, and this is going to be the opportunity for Berserk to try and move on forward. As you can see, Frieza taking a little bit of damage. I'm quite surprised to not have seen those utilities being sent out much sooner, but with that, it is going to be the Chaos Kings to get wiped off. It is Clutch God to get traded down, and now it is Lord from Zero Tolerance going up against the formidable force coming through from the players there from Lag. Absolutely glorious play, walking away with those 10 eliminations and 1905 damage.
Man, absolutely great performance coming in from Lag. From the moment they came in with those 3-man squad, it was over at that particular point. They made sure that they held a good spot going down into that final circle. Chaos Kings last player Fraser almost did cost them some problems, DK.
Oh, I mean, that was such a tough play, but Lag just kept their cool, just kept on pushing, looking to see if they can lock it in, and they succeeded. I mean, they might have been lagging behind a little bit before, but now there's no excuse, right? They've stepped up and they've shown that they are here and they mean business. They are going to be pushing as aggressively as they can. And I've got to say, I'm absolutely loving it.
We are loving what Team Lag is doing. They've come away with this winner chicken dinner, the first one of the finals weekend, and they are certainly not just looking like a squad that is required to pay attention to, but it looked like the form that they were demonstrating in the semifinals was not a fluke. This team has just been ramping up week in, week out, and here they're having the fruits of their labor, not only being at the very top of this opening map, But when I consider the team that they've beaten out here at Fire, and not just the team that they've beaten out, team that they successfully were able to challenge. However, some of the squads we were expecting to do really, really well dropped off to other squads in different skirmishes elsewhere on the map. So for a team like Team Lag, this makes life even sweeter, right? When you win the lobby and you know Slime 4KT came 14th, that's a good feeling to have in the finals weekend.
Absolutely, Snare. So many different teams, not just Line 4KT, Desert Flame, BJE, weren't able to get themselves into that top 5. So obviously, a lot of these teams will be telling themselves, hey, you know what? We're in the finals. We can steal it away right now. We can continue to rack up those points quickly before the big boys can recover.
Yeah. It's about trying to make sure that you get that leg up before that recovery is on board. Team Lag, the first team to be able to do that, walking away with 25 points for themselves. A very decent haul of points here. But this is giving me some very negative flashbacks, DK. I'm not sure if you remember the last couple of days of the semifinals where everybody became extremely skittish, right? And you were mentioning it coming into this one that people are going to be halting the aggression, being a lot more tactical in their approaches. But did you anticipate it would be to this degree? To the degree where the nade meta stopped until the last 5 minutes of the game. What is this normal? What's going on here?
I mean, it's tactics, right? That is exactly what it is. So, I mean, tactic can mean anything, hence why I use it, right? It's it's my safe word when casting a broad approach. But looking at Lag's performance here, I'm honestly not surprised, right? Because we know back in the semifinals, they were the second most aggressive team. They picked up 84 eliminations across those 24 matches that had been played in the semifinals, right? Not that they've each played 24. We know that they've only played the 15 games, but still, 84 eliminations out of 15 games, that really shows the capability of a team like Team Lag. So I'm quite excited to see what they will have in store for us moving through today's remaining games.
Absolutely. If this kind of performance on Erangel tells us anything, as we've seen from the playoff stages, it wasn't the case back in the normal league portion, but in the playoffs, teams that are doing very well on Erangel tend to stay doing well on Erangel. So I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be performing later in the evening on Erangel Part 2. Of course, though, we still have quite a lot of different maps to get through, and the gauntlet that is Sanhok is going to be coming next. Actfire, DK has been mentioning, and we've seen it being played out, how much more tactical the approach is. Everybody is clearly thinking about this more. You often mention how the body language reflects how the players are thinking about the game. So talk to us about what the overall body language of the lobby was like, and talk to us about whether or not it's viable to have a more tactical approach, given that Sanhok might not necessarily allow you the space to be able to allow those tactics to take hold.
Okay, so just like DK said and predicted in the first game, teams are a bit more tactical about their approach. You did see the boys from Underrated Esports thinking about going to the bridge and trying to gatekeep a lot of people trying to get in through that bridge position. But so many other teams were thinking about the same thing as well. There was the boys from Zero Tolerance, there was Trinity Gaming, and it was just a very choked up region at that particular point in time. So, like you said, the body language is very tactical at this point. They want to take on the fight, they want to get into those final third positions. But with everybody trying to do the same thing, it's all down to who gets it right.
It is all down to who gets it right. And here, given that it's the finals weekend, your opportunity to get this right might not be coming up anymore, as now we have concluded the first of 12 maps over the next 3 days. At the very end of it, we will be crowning a champion. We don't know if it's going to be a recurring champion, so let me not say a new champion just yet. It hasn't happened yet, though, DK. Not a single time has it happened where a back-to-back champion has happened in that particular way. I'm not sure if it's going to be happening this time around, if I'm completely honest. But given the fact that it is a possibility that it could take place, if you've won before and you're coming into this new lobby now, this new day, this new season of the Umzansi Esports League, does that change how you approach it, given that you know exactly what it takes to win? Does that make it easier or harder for you to be able to replicate that feat once again?
I mean, having won it once before means that you knew what it took to win in that season, right? Things change. The teams grow. They step up. They become better. They become more proficient. They bring in some really dominating performances. And I think it's quite difficult for a team that has won it in previous seasons to replicate the efforts once again due to the fact that there are so many factors that change throughout the seasons. So Yeah, I wouldn't really count my chickens on that one just yet. I would probably have a better indication as to how the teams could be performing, especially looking at their performance coming through in the finals. Because as we've seen, coming through the group stages and the semis, there's been that constant evolution, that constant shift in the way the teams approach these games. And I think it's all going to be revealed through these grand finals.
What I find is especially interesting about how that shift keeps happening is that it's different squads that undergo different shifts at different times. So you never really have any given degree of certainty as this is the squad that's going to be doing very, very well. Of course, Team Lag has been one of them that's sort of bucked that trend, doing well in semifinals, and so far doing well in the finals weekend. But it wouldn't be the first time, Fire, that we've seen a squad do amazingly on Erangel, get eliminated first time around onto Sanhok, and then that also tends to crumble their confidence going forward, and then they just have a torrid night. In fact, I think it was semifinals number 2, where a team basically dropped like a 30 bomb and still found themselves unable to carry that momentum into the subsequent 3 maps. So as we're looking at the match MVP from this Erangel setup here, talk to me about what Team Lag should be doing right now to stave off complacency and ensure that they do not end up falling prey to that same story that we always have happening.
The first advice for any team who is taking on fights in Sanhok is try as much as possible to keep your skirmishes very brief. You know, when you're going into those fights, if it's lasting and taking too long, just exit, find a way out, because like we all know, Sanhok is a map where teams love their third parties. So if you're wasting time on one fight, just exit, get out of it, move on to the next one, try and rotate away if you can.
Always try to make sure that you get yourself as far away from engagements that are not favorable as humanly possible. Of course, Team Lag in Erangel Part 1 found themselves with the bulk of the favorability in their matchups, and that's why Berserk was able to walk away with 5 eliminations, 830 damage being dished out by him alone. The depressing thing, though, DK, is that it is him alone that is literally half the team's output that was attained here on Erangel Part 1. So there's a universe where if he gets taken out or knocked first, then suddenly Team Lag not looking nearly as hot. We have seen them, though, in the past being able to sort of shift that responsibility and put somebody else into that more carry-us type of mentality. Given that it's finals, though, and given how difficult it can be to adjust on the fly, do you think Team Lag will be able to do it? Let's say there's a universe where Berserk gets taken out first in Sanhok. Would they still be able to perform at the level we just saw from them on Erangel?
I believe so, because they've proven to be a very competent team, right? A very capable team. Berserk was just the berserker this time around. That's what we saw come through from them. Just going with an absolute rampage with the 800 plus damage being dealt. But as we move through the other games, that's where we can see the different skill sets of the different roles within the team now being played out. So so Berserk did really well on Erangel, but should they get taken down, I don't think it's going to be the end of Lag.
Well, we'll see how Team Lag will perform on Sanhok, and hopefully Berserk can replicate this kind of performance. Of course, this performance is not just good for his own ego, but good for the team's placement overall. The match rankings as we see them right now, this is not simply the match rankings. This is the grand finals ranking, how things stand at the moment. If we had to end the competition right now, this would be the order of our top 16. Team Lag, of course, taking away the winner chicken dinner with 10 eliminations to their name. Very decent output. Zero tolerance skills. We've seen them occupying some very high positions in the overall kill leaderboard, especially Skydu, and they are able to be good for the money with 18 points, being in the second place here. Chaos Kings rounding out our pole positions on 14. However, not very far away from Underrated Esports, who also did enough here. Decent placement points, decent eliminations, getting them 13 points in general. The drop-off is not significant, but it is noticeable, going from 4th to 5th as BJE, Desert Flame Esports, Slime 4KT, and Solo Esports will round out our top 8. We are at a point here, DK, where we don't really care about eliminations. Everybody's going to be nailed on for the next season. Now, the interesting question for these squads is, when you see this placement, right, it's actually in your mind that going up one position doesn't just represent you're closer to being number 1, but it also represents quite a substantial difference in how much money you take away at the very end of things. Do you think it's playing into their minds just yet, now that we are in these final 3 days, that, mistakes don't just cost us positions in the leaderboard, but literally cost us money in our pockets?
I don't think the teams are going to be focusing on the monetary value, right? Because they are here to showcase their capabilities. They are here to play for the title. And I think the monetary reward that comes with that is it's a nice cherry on top, right? It's a added bonus. I don't think that is going to be the main focus for these teams, and we can see that being reflected in the way that they are performing, the way that they are carrying themselves through these matches. I mean, we saw such a strong performance coming through from Solo and Slime also, even though they weren't able to acquire any of those placement points. So I think this is going to be a lot more about the kind of reputation teams can build for themselves here, because at the end of the day, the reputation lasts longer than what the money does.
Actually, he brings up a very interesting point there, not just about how important reputation is as a esports player, but Axfire, look at Slime 4K and Solo Esports, right? They are rounding out the bottom of page number 1, as we are going to be looking at page number 2 right now. The thing that he mentioned there was the fact that they both did not get any placement points. Slime 4K TU, I think 14, 13, 14, somewhere around there. They're not far off from Solo Esports. However, both of them racked up a very high amount of eliminations, enough to get them into page 1. Is that they're the ones, some of the few squads that have shown that they're going to prepare and willing to be a bit more aggressive than everybody else in the lobby. Given that you're aware that everybody else is going to be playing tactically, isn't there a pocket of advantage available for you to sort of upend the script and just go all in, as aggressive as humanly possible, effectively taking everybody else by surprise? Is that a strategy you can consider?
My personal opinion on that, I may be wrong, is that is one of the worst things to probably do in a lobby like this. Because remember, you're facing teams that have massive experience. They know how to defend, and a team that is already aggressive. Now, think about a team like BJE, who is holding a position, a defensive position, right? They have a couple of players who are at flanked angles, and you're saying, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna go aggressive and push that team. They won't annihilate you. They'll take you out immediately.
They will just destroy you, demolish you. They just understand exactly how to respond in those scenarios. Speaking of interesting scenarios here, Reela Insider is sort of the opposite side of what we're talking about, where it seems like Slime 4KT and Solo Esports, they opted for the more point-orientated route rather than this aggressive, let's just get eliminations at all costs necessary route. They only were able to get themselves 12th place with 2 placement points here at the very end. It's kind of intriguing at this point in the competition, DK, the fact that placement points, we keep speaking all throughout the tournament itself that, eliminations are so nice. They really help out, right? And initially, it did seem like those eliminations were the cherry on top, the icing on the cake. As time went on, it became clear that, no, you need some good mix of elimination and placement points. And then we've seen, of course, teams sort of having different interpretations of what that mix should be to be as effective as possible. Now that we are close to the end here in the finals weekend, it's no longer an option to ignore elimination. So talk to me about these squads that have gotten here primarily by playing cautiously, playing around points, playing around positioning on the map. How can they change their mentality to start being a bit more aggressive, looking for the more front foot facing kind of fights rather than just waiting for the opportunity to come to them? How do you change basically your playstyle in the span of a day right now?
It depends on what the approach and the goal was for the team utilizing that strategy, right? Let's say, for instance, it is a team that is pretty proficient when it comes to the aggression, but has been struggling to find that consistent placement points, right? If they prioritize that earlier on, trying to kind of bring in that balance, I do think we could see quite a bit of a change then coming through as they now kind of mix the two back together, right? Utilizing the aggression, utilizing the placement strategies. That's ideally what I would love to see. So Team Lag being pretty reflectant of that, showing a lot of aggression, but also balancing that out with regards to the placement points. Looking at a team like we saw on that second page, right? The players from Rilla and Sada, for instance, who got placement points but no aggression, they have to now show up even more with aggression to try and bring up and catch up with regards to points, because the only guarantee that you have at this point is eliminations, right? Once you've locked in those points, they are there, they're not going to change. And that's what gets a little bit scary when you bring in the placement points, because even though you might be playing a little bit more of a passive approach, all the other teams could be going for exactly the same strategy. And at the end of the day, you could still be the team walking back in 16th position instead of taking that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Well, as we get into this next map, let's hope that they've been paying attention to exactly what everybody else is doing and trying to find their own pockets. And especially, like you're mentioning, figuring out what we were doing before, what is the purpose of us doing that, and figuring out, is that purpose viable in the finals weekend? Before things kick off, though, for Sanhok, this incredibly chaotic map, which has always been the blockbuster of our Umzansi Esports League nights, brought to you, of course, by Modern Gaming. Actfire, I want you to give me some blessings and curses especially, but give me some blessings for a player. I want you to talk about an individual player who's going to be popping off in this one, and I want you to be cursing one of these squads before we begin on Sanhok.
Okay, so if I was going to talk about an individual player, this one is easy. I think I'll give it to Skydo. I think he has proved over time that he is that particular player that can, consistently show, those great performances. So that one is very easy. It's almost like cheating right here. A curse. Okay, I'll give a curse to Lag. I mean, they won one game, so let's get
that's too easy. The winning team on Erangel always gets cursed into Sanhok. Come on. Give me
okay, fine. I don't want to make enemies.
Good luck with that one.
No. I'm not making enemies.
He's like, I still need to play with these people later. I still need to be inside their lobby, and I'm not trying to get cursed out. So that's some wisdom coming in from our man there. DK, I want you to tell me something interesting on Sanhok. The longer we've gone within the Umzansi Esports League, the more it's become the case that Sanhok matches become elongated in scope as well. So I want you to give me a time prediction for how long it's going to be taking for us to conclude this one, and how many zones are we going to have at the end.
All right, so I'll say 27 minutes for Sanhok. That's almost to the very end. That's about 3 minutes short. And then the amount of teams in the final zone, I'm pretty sure that's what you were referring to on that one. I'd say we'll have 2 teams in the zone and potentially another team out in the blue.
So 3 down to the wire after 27 minutes. That sounds tantalizing, because whenever that is the case, that means that we have some really incredible final fights. So I'm hoping that that's going to be the case yet again here on Sanhok, as now for the final time today on the first day of the finals weekend, we are going into Sanhok with Actfire and DK. Gentlemen, bring us the hype, make it exciting, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you so much, Snare. Yes, it is finally time for us to head into Sanhok on our very first one in the finals. Match number 2 kicking off, and the flight path is going to be making its way on through. But as we've come accustomed to, Sanhok, flight path, not so essential. What's going to be way more important is where that first initial zone is going to be forming, and of course, where these teams find themselves situated. From the look of it right now, it doesn't seem like we are going to be having an excessive amount of hot dropping. Potentially, we could have a very decent spread coming through for the teams. But all will be revealed rather in due course. As we can see, Slime now taking a plunge right up in towards that boot camp position. But a very healthy spread across the board. That zone, of course, is going to be moving up in towards the northwestern side. And this is where things are going to be taking quite an interesting shift, as the challenge to get up onto that northwestern island usually proves to be quite a challenge.
Oh, what a time, what a time. We're already beginning to see a fight coming down between Slime for KT and the boys from Trinity as they take down one of the players right there. It does look like Messi was just caught off guard in that particular one, looking to land pretty close, but the rest of the players from Trinity are not in that particular region. So it does look like they're just going to lose that one player in that particular one. And we're already seeing teams just pop it up. But like you said early on, we've got a very even spread so far, and a lot of teams will have the opportunity to just loot things out and then begin to run riot in this particular one.
Yeah, if there's any map that a riot would be quite fitting, right? It would be on Sanhok, because that is the perfectly sized map out of the 3 that we have to do exactly that on. But it does seem for the time being that the players from Slime have been able to secure themselves up into boot camp, so they can go about their loot business, get themselves situated, and then focus on, either advancing elsewhere or just kind of hunkering down for the time being. But I'm curious to see what the situation will be over on towards that eastern side, right? We can see the players from Zero Tolerance, they've dropped straight up in towards Painan. We do have Paraboy just exploring their options a little bit, trying to get themselves, a little bit more familiar with the terrain and any potential angles they could be looking to occupy. But we see the players then from Desert Flame all the way on that southern edge, pretty close to Camp Charlie, looking to rotate in that direction potentially. And that could mean they could actually start bumping into the players from Rilla Insider who've already secured themselves within Camp Charlie. So it's definitely a different kind of approach coming through from Desert Flame. Normally, we see them prioritizing a position a little bit further towards the north. And, you got to like these changes that the teams are adopting across the board.
Yeah, we're seeing teams just changing their tactics a little bit as the boys from Trinity as well are also gonna decide to just move away from that particular region. But just like you said, Desert Flames, one of those squads who had a tough time, DK, qualifying at some particular point, but putting in some great performances on that final day, being able to manage getting, I do believe it was two winner with the chicken dinners, and my goodness, just turning things around. Do you think, DK, that things have finally now changed for Desert Flame, that they now have the confidence to continue to maybe grab a huge points on that leaderboard, or will they resort, or it was just maybe a glitch in that final day?
I mean, I think it was a glitch for Desert Flame not to be performing at optimal at optimal form, right? I think that's the glitch. So they do seem to be a lot more confident, a lot more comfortable making their way on through as they now are also starting to progress a little bit further through that zone as well. But I'm yet to see Desert Flame of old. I want to see the confident kind of approach, the aggression that that kind of coincides when you hear the name Desert Flame, when you hear Flacco and Six God and all these names, right? That's I want to see those approaches and strategies being utilized by them once again. But another team that's actually been quite surprising in stepping up with some really formidable plays has actually been the players coming through here from the side of solo, right? We did see Playboy over on Erangel being reduced to a solo, but they did actually perform quite exceptional. And I'm hopeful to see a continuation of that now moving into Sanhok, where there's a lot more opportunity for those close quarter combats.
Yeah, absolutely. The boys from Solo going to be able to have the opportunity to show exactly what they're capable of in this particular one. But coming up right here, we might see a fight coming down between the boys from Trinity and Slime 4KT as they are slowly approaching this region where the boys from Trinity are currently camped at. And we're curious to see if Solo can, sorry, if the boys from Trinity can take on this particular fight and surprise Slime 4KT, or will the numbers come against them?
Ooh, well, it's going to be shown right now as Myth is about to get rushed, and the UMP cannot hold up against the brute force coming through from Slime 4KT as they move on forward, picking up that first knock and elimination. And now it is going to be Trinity reduced down to Zinc and Neil, but the nade gets sent up as Fexy just hits that one with pinpoint accuracy, and Neil now just trying to figure out what the play is going to be, already being spotted out. The rush is about to come on through, and this is going to be an absolutely glorious start coming through for Slime 4KTs. We can see them now moving up, just looking to overpower Trinity Gaming, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Neil is going to be able to survive the onslaught. Well, there's the answer. The answer is no. Slime 4KT already picking off our very first team.
Oh, wow. What an aggressive performance coming in from the boys from Slime 4KT as they do get themselves 4 kills in that one. Push on to Trinity Gaming and take them out of the game. Currently, our kill leaders in this particular position right next to the boys from Solo who just have 1 kill, and they're looking like they want to take this game. Their body language is like a team that's looking around, trying as much as possible to get those kills and move into a great position as well, DK.
Yeah, body language looking pretty decent. I mean, I'm not as proficient in reading body language as you are, my friend. But you know what? I'll take my shot. I might miss, but it is what it is. Speaking about that, of course, it is going to be BBC and the players from EFX now to be in pretty close proximity. Sunny, once again now on the front line. Just, trying to light up a few rocks. There's nothing wrong with that. It is a nice day out. As you can see, the sun is shining. Everything's looking absolutely great. But unfortunately, there's no one to receive those lovely smoldering boulders up ahead. As you can see, EFX, in the meanwhile, now trying to put a little bit of distance in between themselves and actually trying to get those rotations sorted and get themselves situated up in towards the zone. But looking at Sully, I won't be too surprised if BBC actually finds them along the way. Seeing that Sully is on foot. Fully is on suit, yes. Philly's on foot, and Sunny has opted into that buggy. So there could be a little bit of a change coming through. But of course, speaking about changes, we do see a few altercations also now stepping up in that feed. And I'm actually looking at the players from Slime and Solo who find themselves in a very, very close proximity up on towards that northwestern island. I'm curious to see who's going to be the one to take the next swing.
Oh, that's going to be some interesting fight. The boys on Slime for KT will probably be looking to get their revenge on from the skirmish that happened in the Erangel match. But turning outside right now, we do have the boys from Mad Knight and Clutch God and his boys from Underrated right there. And you can already see the third party coming in from BJE as they get that knock, DK.
Well, that was some beautiful range hits coming through from MG, but this is still going to be a very difficult play now for the players, especially looking at Underrated, right? They've already had a little bit of pressure being applied to them, but Mad Knight also surprisingly split up. We got Savage all the way back in towards Hatin. We got Amowin situated on the bridge. We got Tyson, just dealing a few blows up on this rock, and it's a very, very spread out position. Not quite sure what the aim is here. But if they're looking to strike down into the players from Underrated, they'll definitely need to try and kind of condense that position a little bit more. But Blackjack moving in from that eastern approach, they've got a really good strategy so far, finding those opportunities over in towards Mad Knight. And I wouldn't be surprised if Blackjack was able to pick off even more players.
Would you say, DK, that Blackjack and Mad Knight are sort of like rivals? Because I see them taking on fights like a lot of times, like fights between Mad Knight and BJE.
I mean, well, everybody here is rivals, right? They've got
True,
15 other rivals on the map. If you're talking about immediate rivals, it could be a potential option there. Looking at the positioning that we've got coming through from both these teams, but I think at the end of the day, it's just down to opportunities, right? If you see something moving off in the distance and you've got the sights, you've got the angle on it, why are you going to let it slide? Just grab it with everything you've got, and that is what exactly we've seen come through from the players of Blackjack.
Yeah, but here's the thing for me. I think it's even more than that. I think that the two teams are so similar in the way they play, in the way they rotate, that they always seem to come across each other whenever they're moving across their rotation paths.
Well, maybe that's a bit of RNG working out, right? We never know what the exact answer to that could be. But it results in some pretty exciting action. As we can see, Zane also now off in the distance trying to push much closer to that bridge. But they are being watched quite carefully by Amowin. As you can see, Reverb also now moving through. It is going to be Ice Savage to bring in a potential bit of reinforcement there. We, however, also then see the players from Team Inzimbi actually going for a bit of a rotation, taking that far northern rotation, trying to sneak their way on through. That is going to be Wizard and one of their teammates looking to just rejoin with the rest of the group. BBC also going to come through, rolling on through. But I think at this point in time, utilizing a vehicle, especially on the land section of this map, is a little bit of a risky play because the sound travels so much, and it's quite easy for any of the opposing teams in the vicinity to kind of hone into what your position is. So it's a good decision being made there by BBC to kind of leave those vehicles maybe on the edge of zone, right? It's a good strategy to get yourself in. I just wouldn't use that to move through the zone itself.
All right, so we'll see how this one actually does play out with the boys. With Clutch God and his boys currently situated within that center right there. Slime for KT also holding a great position, not too far away from Solo and the boys from Desert Flame. It is looking like the next zone is going to determine a lot of things in this particular one. As we also see Team Nzimbi currently edging things out. I do believe they are somehow within that boat, most likely going to be looking to come in from that hatching region. So many different skirmishes about to happen as we move into the next zone, DK. So far, do you think the teams who are urging it have the opportunity within this game, or is the team who are already seated quite comfortably in that center?
Oh, that's a really tricky question to answer. I think if we look at the teams currently situated within the zone, I believe the players from Zero Tolerance are in a very decent kind of setup that we can see from them right there. Also looking at the players here from Underrated, this is also a really decent angle to be holding. But what I'm also actually quite curious about is what the players there from Team Unique are going to be bringing in as we see them rotating through that Tambang region, moving into that southern edge. Now, however, these teams on the more edge regions play it out, they could actually be in a very favorable spot where they have a nice angle into the zone itself and actually look to leverage that. But that's all going to come down to how these teams actually, look to play out their strategies. But for the time being, it's a little bit of it's once again that quiet before the storm, right? The team's trying to assess the situation, trying to assess the positions before necessarily jumping into action.
The most deceiving thing that I've seen in the entire PUBG game is how things just become, all rainbows in Sanhok, and boom, bullets start flying, because you just think to yourself like, oh, everything's just calm, it's chilled. I'm enjoying the sunset, the cool breeze, the nice forest, the scenery, and then boom, before you know it, things just change in the next second.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the challenge for the teams, is to not become complacent, right? You need to keep your wits about you. As we can see, Team Apex now about to get pushed as EFX is exploring the region, trying to move on through. But again, you can see the caution, the calculations being brought through by the teams. No one making any foolish rotations, taking a slow, steady, yet calculated approach. And I think this is going to result in an absolute slaughter moving into those later few phases. But a great opportunity now being utilized by Professors. They step up, find the angle on towards Mercury, showing their trigger discipline. And this could be the opportunity now for this altercation to get pushed to the next level, as Team Apex have a 2-2 split, but so does the side of EFX.
Oh, this is when things now begin to get interesting right here. You do see the boys from Team Apex trying as much as possible to get another knock, and they got to be careful because you got the man Suni right there. But that shot going down onto that position from Professor, putting in the work in this particular one. He gets another knock. AFX not looking quite great in this particular one, as two of the players are currently taken down. As you can see, they're now searching in for Nico, looking to take him down, but Nico is trying as much as possible to be a thorn in their side, as he does take one down. He's still holding his position down, but at the end of the day, it will be the boys from Apex taking that one.
Oh, Professor now just bringing in a little bit of schooling right there, showing how the aggression job is done. And with that, we also now see Nihal getting taken down as Amowin just pops out of their little hidey hole right here on the bridge. Now, that is a good position to hold, but unfortunately, it's not going to be favoring them too much, seeing that the zone has now moved even further on towards that western edge. So they'll definitely look to prioritize their positioning coming back in towards the zone. But fortunately for the players from Mad Knight, Tyson has already done a lot of the work, getting a good position for the remainder of the team. But speaking about aggression and such, we do see the players from Underrated now starting to advance right into the mix of the players from Slime 4KT, who we saw positioned up on the elevated ground, pretty high up. And I think it's going to be quite a bit of a fight to come through. But for the time being, we're going to be watching to see what's going to happen over on the bridge, as the players there from BJE are yet to rotate across. And for now, it doesn't seem like they've got a very clear rotational path to get onto this side of the island.
We'll see how that one goes. The boys from Mad Knights are currently in this situation where they are in a breach camp right here, right next to the boys from BJE, and both parties are just waiting for that opportunity to just get that one knock, to just get that one opportunity, and then make that full push onto the next team. We'll see how that one goes, as the third party is going in from Valak, taking out one of the players from BJE. Will this be the opportunity for the Mad Knights to push onto this particular fight? We'll see how that one goes, DK.
Yeah, we will definitely see how that one goes. But again, it is going to be a slow, steady approach. We can see it's now raining on down as Team Inzimbi look to capitalize on the waterway. As you can see, Kratos now trying to swim for their life. It is going to be that blue zone looking to apply an extra little bit of pressure. But ideally, this is where Team Zimbi should look to prioritize their positioning, getting themselves ahead of that blue zone instead of getting enveloped by the blue itself. Fortunately for them, they do have two teammates already situated within that safe region. But I want to see Dark Ghost and Chiro now just move a little bit closer, put their backs to the safe zone, and try and gatekeep BBC, because, I mean, I don't think really that BBC is going to be able to get themselves out of the drink anytime soon.
Oh, Team Zimbi just trying as much as possible to take out the boys from BBC, and I do feel like they're staying within that blue for too long. They should prioritize getting into that zone. You can see Dark Ghost just resetting his decision in that particular point and just deciding, hey, you know what? I'm not going for those kills right now. I'm just going to get into a good spot within that zone, and that probably is the right decision to take in that moment.
Yeah, and of course we see Tyson now just looking to clear up the edge of zone, looking to get themselves into a little bit of that loot, to get a few of the spoils there. But they need to be cautious because we get the players from Apex, as we saw just then a few seconds ago, situated not too far away from them. But it does seem like Apex are going to be pushing further down south. Meanwhile, it is going to be Fexi now, perched up high, looking to see if they can pick up ammo win as they now rush on forward. Beautiful sprays coming in, but unfortunately, Fexi waiting a little bit too long to take that engagement, and that could now mean that Savage could come back with a bit of retaliation. Now again, the players there from Lag coming through with a few hits as we see them all the way down south. BBC now getting lit up in the feed as they go toe-to-toe with Blackjack. But Blackjack starting to push across, trying to get themselves situated back in towards this next phase. We can see the same thing coming through here from Tyson. Quickly going in for a pick-up on towards Savage, then looking to get the team back into that safe playable area. But this is where things get quite risky, as we know. Sanhok is known for the damage it can bring with that blue zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Very risky in this particular one. Being caught up in this situation right here. But we do see the boys from BJE just hanging around this particular region, looking to heal themselves. And this might just be spell some problems for them. As you can see, Tyson pulling up onto this particular situation, looking to get those knocks. And he may just be able to steal some kills and just turn things around for the boys from BJE. And my goodness, what a time for them. How unlucky, trying to get into that zone and being hit up by the boys from Mad Knights.
I mean, what an opportunistic play that was coming through from Tyson. Very unfortunate turn of events coming through there for MG and Zane. But as you can see, Phoenix now also feeling the sting, feeling the pressure, as we did see Fexi pushing that knock on in. And now Reverb is going to get a hit with those utilities. Takes a little bit of damage, tries to do the dance around the vehicle, but unfortunately they will not be able to survive for much longer as Amawin drives it in, just utilizing the high ground position and locking those points securely. Now, Rilla Insider keeping a very watchful eye, as we can see the players there from Chaos Kings now just laying waste to the team from Rilla Insider. Such a strong defensive play, but unfortunately for Rilla Insider, that was only one of their players now getting taken away, and they still have 3 more to go. Chaos Kings looking like quite a formidable force, and speaking about forces, Apex now trying to force themselves into the zone, but Zero Tolerance will have none of it.
Was trying as much as possible to hold their position as Apex, who were doing quite well in this particular one, comes up against a full force of the boys from Zero Tolerance, who have just one player who is knocked down in this particular spot, and they will be trying as much as possible to get that revive right there onto Vortex. But my goodness, what a time for the boys from Zero Tolerance managing to defend this position against Apex.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough play to make, but I'm loving this position coming through from Solo Esports. We can see them perched up high on the edge of zone in a little bit of a gatekeep position. Speaking about gatekeep, it's going to be Kage now, keeping a very watchful eye on Zero Tolerance as they now pick up the remainder of Apex. But look at that, Kage comes in with a vengeance, picks up Vortex. Now only has 2 more players to worry about, but it is going to be Kakao coming through from the side of Lag, looking to capitalize on the third-party potential. Not quite sure whether or not Kakao is going to be able to push it all the way through. No means needed, though, as it is the end of the road for Apex. Zero Tolerance now having the tables turned on them. As the blue has caught up, they now need to focus on getting those positions locked on through. But look at this Berserk. Oh, going to be looking to push it even further. This time around, only 1 elimination so far for Lag, but we are far from the end, so they could still look to bring in even more so. And again, it's that situation of getting the teams now situated back into this next phase.
Oh, all right, all right, all right. We're currently in our fifth phase. There's still so many different teams within this region. As you can see, the boys from Slam 4KT continuing with their onslaught against the boys from Chaos. And it will be curious to see how this one actually does go down. As Fexi is currently rocking the ground, Chaos are down to just the last guy in this particular region right here. It is Treeks, and he'll be looking to get that confirmation onto that player, Fexi from Slam 4KT, reducing them now to a three-man squad. But he is going to get taken out by the play zone. And my goodness, what a time in this lobby as we are looking at 9 teams right here, DK, or 8 teams right here going into that 7th zone. It's still a lot.
It is at this point in time where it is really difficult to keep up with the number of teams still alive, as it is quite the brutal position to be in. Team Unique position down on that southern edge. We can see Phoenix there from Zero Tolerance also looking to make a bit of a play, but in fact I believe that is actually Phoenix from Unique, position not too far away. Underrated, meanwhile, will now also get reduced to dust. Team Desert Flame looking absolutely phenomenal, but look at these shots now continuing to rain on through. Lag are going to be reduced down to only one hopeful. It's going to be 1-9, as we can see position just up ahead. But Unique looking for the opportunity to play out here. The blue zone is going to be catching up to them. Maybe we could see another sneaky hit coming through there from 1-9 as the players from Unique now get absolutely hit. And with that, it is down to Phoenix, the last remaining hopeful. Indiax now just driving those shots through, picking up those 2 confirmations, and now putting the players here from Solo Esports solidly on 4 eliminations.
Wow, Solo Esports doing an absolutely amazing job in that particular position, taking out a couple of players right there, and now pushing all the way into that zone. You can see coming in from that region where they're situated at, there's not too many teams blocking them. But right now, we do see the boys from Slam 4KT Plaza having such a tough time in this one. As boom, down he goes. Borden putting in the work in that one with that nade and sending out the boys from Slam 4KT from this particular game. Desert Flame looking quite strong in this one. They're back in the game. It is the boys, Flacco, Borden, coming in right here and looking to grab this game by the neck. They've got 6 kills. They've got a full squad, DK, and it's looking like they can pull this off.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like Desert Flame has added some extra fuel coming into this match, as they are just shining super bright. Moving on forward, Zero Tolerance will get taken down, and it is up to 6. And the rest of the players coming through from Desert Flame to hold up the aggression as they face off against the players coming through there from Solo Esports. The only team pretty much in contention to them at this point, as we can see Phoenix from Zero Tolerance all the way down towards, or rather from Team Unique all the way down to that southern edge. So those heal strats are going to come through on that front. So it is now the fight for the zone coming in between Solo and Desert Flame. But look at the spray. 6 getting absolutely hit. A very close play coming through there. But the blue zone is going to bring that knock on in. And now Ultinix is going to be the final hopeful for the team of Solo Esports. Not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to get ahead of the damage being brought in by the blues. We can see Buden stepping up with a beautiful spray, locking it in. And now Playboy and the rest of the team for Solo make their way back to the lobby. And now it's going to come down to those heal strats, right? We got Mad Knight with Ice Savage all the way up north. Desert Flame, they've locked in the zone, but they've not yet locked in that winner chicken dinner. What they have done, though, is secured themselves 8 eliminations. So regardless of where they finish, they will have at least a minimum of 18 points secured.
Oh, and DK, you called it. You spoke about getting into that final circle, and it would just be 2 teams, while the rest will be on the hill strats. So you called it in that particular one. Going into this game, it does look like the boys from Desert Flame might be finishing this game and grabbing home that winner chicken dinner, as the last 2 teams are on that hill strat stuff. But they're trying as much as possible to remain cautious and make sure that they seal this game through. So we'll just be waiting it out. But we know it is the boys from Desert Flame who have this game already.
Yes, sir, they do indeed, and this is pretty good for the morale of Desert Flame's team in totality. But again, right, we've seen this actually taking a bit of a turn at some point in one of our previous plays on Sanhok itself. So Desert Flame still keeping their wits about them, are going to be ensuring that they will not get surprised. We can see Phoenix Now peering over into that zone is going to try and find a few sprays, but that is going to result in Phoenix getting taken down as the blue zone just overpowers them. And they should know by now you don't mess with the big bad blue zone because it will beat you. And with that, it is going to be, of course, Desert Flame to walk away with the winner chicken dinner, securing those 8 eliminations and 1,543 damage being dealt. So very, very satisfying performance coming through from Desert Flame.
My goodness, what an absolutely great performance coming in from the boys from Desert Flame. And we talked about this, DK, in the beginning of the game, the big boys being able to catch up.
I mean, Desert Flame Esports have not only demonstrated that they have the ability to catch up on points to the squads that were leading the pack earlier, but they have certainly made tonight much more happy for our boy Actfire here because they've finally done it. It's been a while, but Desert Flame, here they are with the winner chicken dinner. They get this going for themselves. Great starts to proceedings here in the finals. Not so great a start in the initial game. It was okay from them, but certainly you do not come into the finals only hoping for okay. And with this, 23 points, 1,500 damage, this is where you can start to find your rhythm and find your feet with a victory here on Sanhok. Of course, it is still only early days. We're only halfway through the evening's proceedings, so there's still a lot more work that Desert Flame Esports need to accomplish going forward. But Actfire, talk to me about this. Their body language. Did they seem like the same Desert Flame Esports that was pretty much on fire on the last day of the semifinals?
Yeah, I think so. One of the things that we've got to know about Desert Flame over the previous years is that they do get themselves into great positions and manage to just seal out the game, and that's exactly what they did in this one. They are back to what we usually know them for. Because every single time you see several different teams fighting, and then boom, final circle. My goodness, here they are again, Desert Flame.
Again and again, Desert Flame Esports showing that they have that quality, showing that they are certainly a team that we made a good decision not ignoring at any given time, because we just knew that this team is a squad that can just perform on some incredible level. From this, though, this is Sanhok, though, DK, and you have cautioned this yourself, that to take sometimes take what happens on Sanhok with a grain of salt, because this might not be the final result of the evening. Many things can change up. We have already seen exactly how different the game can be going from Erangel into Sanhok, and then again another perspective shift going from Sanhok into Miramar. So coming in from this one, from what you saw, right, given the fact that everybody is playing a lot more tactically as well, which teams do you think will be able to take this at the way delivering on Sanhok and be able to transplant it into Miramar as well to continue their success at this point?
Ooh, I mean, that is a little bit of a challenging question to answer, but my best guess would probably be the players from Solo Esports, right? They've shown great consistency coming through Erangel. They've shown it now over in Sanhok. Yes, not having the most favorable positioning, but the way that they've been moving through this map, it's been pretty consistent. So I'm expecting to translate relatively well moving into Miramar now as well.
Miramar is one of these maps where let's just put it this way. Anytime you see a squad performing really well on Miramar, you have your idea of who's to really watch out for in the lobby. Today, though, on Sanhok, although we do have a Desert Flame Esports victory here at Actfire, it was still a very chaotic lobby in the sense that several of these squads, for example, a team like Slime4KT, racked up a fair amount of eliminations, didn't find themselves really in the mix for the final placement points, unfortunately. But it does seem to be the case that today is just not a day where predictions really will work out, right? Because you'll have these very awkward scenarios where teams are getting a lot of eliminations, not that many placement points, or vice versa. Everybody pretty much is throwing balance out of the window. So as we take a look at the MVP for this one, Let It Be Sky do to make Actfire even happier, it is sadly not the boy. It is going to be Fexy here, 3 eliminations. One thing I wanted to actually ask you about, though, and I'm glad that it is 3 eliminations for our MVP, is that it does seem to be that there's a dispersion of this aggression in the sense that every single team is trying a little bit of it, not as much as you'd normally expect. You were mentioning that you want some of these squads to play more intelligently, be as defensive as possible so that you don't fall into your opponent's traps. This does mean that we have relatively less kill scoring rounds. How do I want to ask this question? There are certain squads that I've noticed that have difficulty playing the game when it's slow, that have difficulty really asserting themselves when it's not as bombastic as it might be otherwise. Going into this next map of Miramar, Do you see any squads that caught your eye that you felt like they probably could use either an injection of aggression or they could use some tamping down to just try and figure out what the general mood in the lobby is that would make them more successful?
I think that from watching the last game, I don't think the problem is aggression. I think all of these teams are ready at this particular point in time to take on any team that comes their way. The problem though is that sometimes in a map like Sandhawk, you get caught up by the zone, you get caught up by third parties, and that happened to Slime 4KT. So going into Miramar, maybe that extra bit of space, that larger map, that opportunity to be able to rotate in quite quickly with the vehicles might offer them a little bit of space to take on the fights without bothering about third parties too much.
Mm. Third parties were really the name of the game on this one. There were so many engagements that just got either interrupted or somebody else would come and take advantage of that. Of course, going into Miramar, there is less likely opportunities for that to happen. But that does also mean that you have to be, every single time you come across an engagement, you have to be a lot more clean about how you take it, how you engage it, knowing that it's probably just you and that opposing squad involved there. DK, I want to go back to something that Actfire mentioned a little bit earlier within the game itself. He was mentioning that there's some similarities, for example, with some of these squads that we see doing extremely well. Sign 4KT is one of them. They're on the screen right now. Desert Flame Esports just got the WCD. But he mentioned how often when these teams have similar ideas about the game, they'll find themselves in similar positions on the map. Of course, it's a lot easier to see that particular dynamic happening on Erangel and Sanhok, but do you think it's going to be replicated onto Miramar as well? Because once he said it, I was like, I can't unsee this. It looks almost like mirror matches that these two teams are doing to each other. So is this going to keep continuing into the next map and furthermore into the rest of the grand finals?
Hey, my only answer on that is great minds think alike. Right now, if it happens, it happens, and it is very exciting to see it. But I think it's also a little bit funny at the same time, right? I have a good chuckle when that happens because it turns out to be quite a bit of a surprise for both teams. You get that almost like a deer in headlight kind of look coming through. They're like, sorry, what? What's happening here? We're coming in with the same idea. And again, that's where I just say great minds think alike. So I can't really fault any of the teams for trying to play those strategies. If it's a strategy that works, why not use it? I mean, if it happens to be another team that's opting for the same, I mean, well, then you just got to sort it out.
Yep. Sometimes you can just find yourself being the Spider-Man meme. So let us take a quick look at what this means for our overall match ranking here. We don't know what it means yet for the overall placement points, but for now in the match ranking, Desert Flame Esports will of course be claiming 23 points from their performance. Decent amount of eliminations, winner, chicken dinner, so they deserve their point tally. Mad Knight not too far behind them, 18 points being picked up by the gang there. 6 eliminations, 12 placement points. Solo Esports coming not too far behind with 15. Slime 4KT on 14. Team Unique on 10. And then the ZTS coming in on 8. Apex on 6. And Chaos Kings on 4 points, rounding out our top 8. This distribution outside of the very top team here, with Desert Flame Esports being I wouldn't say above and beyond the best, but clearly making a name for themselves on this one. However, this does really show that the longer we play these games like Fire, I think people are acclimating to what they're expecting to do. People are realizing that we don't have to hold anything back. Let's just go in. And what that's going to continually mean is that the order of who the top 8 is going to be is going to keep shuffling around. But in particular, the distribution of points, extremely shallow. Literally one map is the difference between any of the positions right now, and anything can change. Not only does this put an immense amount of pressure onto you going into the subsequent maps of the day because you know you can't slack off, it also means that there's always it's a moving target everybody's always going to be focused on. Right now, for example, people are like, oh no, Desert Flame Esports is doing well. Let's say Mad Knights end up popping off next map, then it's like, oh snap, going into Erangel Part 2, focus on the Mad Knights, and then it's Slime 4KT or a Team Unique that comes up. This is the most stressful environment ever when you're at this point in time where you know for a fact that any one of these teams can easily find themselves as being the best team in the lobby.
Yeah, exactly. I absolutely agree with that. At this particular level, you do expect to see a consistent amount of gameplay coming in from several different teams. And what usually happens is because that gets shuffled over and over and over again. Like you said, at some point, it may be Slime 4KT. The next game, it may be Mad Knights or BJE or then Desert Flame, or maybe it's Apex Legends or Zero Tolerance. You never know who's going to be popping off in the game. And that's why you just have to go into it, trying as much as possible to get get the maximum amount of points you can, even when you are not the team that is performing.
Another, we look at the second page of results here after Sanhok from 9th to 16th place. Team Lag only getting 3 placement points. 3 points in total, sorry, 2 placement points. We see this happen all the time. You win Sanhok, or you win Erangel Part 1, Sanhok is not going to go well for you. BJE right behind them. Team Nzimbi, Rilla Insider, BBC, and Underrated all only grabbing 1 point apiece. Erstwhile, Trinity Gaming and Team EFX, well, regrettably, they were feeding away the points in their eliminations rather than grabbing them for themselves. So as we look towards this overall rankings, after everything's been tallied at the halfway mark for this evening, DK, I want you to talk to me about some of these teams that are technically underdogs. Yes, you're not really an underdog just by dint of being in the top 16, but the path taken by, say, a Trinity and Nzimbi and EFX, markedly different than the path taken by a team like ZTS, Mad Knights, for example. So going into the rest of the night, and given that they haven't been able to perform so far, what can they do to try to get themselves back in that got them here in the first place and try to surprise everybody else in the lobby?
I mean, there's two things at play here. It's either experience or creativity. Now, you can look to capitalize on either of them or both at the same time, right? So some creative experience could be the way to go. I don't really know. It could be quite a thing to witness out on the battlefield. But definitely the teams that don't necessarily have the exact same level of experience as the teams situated above them on the leaderboard, this could be a good time to become creative, right? Adapt the strategy somewhat. Not entirely, just somewhat. Find a little bit of a creative way to still accomplish the same goal, to still get yourself into that same kind of positioning, because that adaptability is what kind of aids the teams in being quite successful with their approaches and finding these really strong games, right? Desert Flame, they've been showing a lot of consistency, coming in with a 6th place finish in that very first showing over on Erangel, then topping it up with a little bit of that, winner chicken dinner moving into the second. So consistency really plays in their favor here. But looking at this next page, these are teams that at sometimes could maybe be caught a little bit off guard by the strategies being brought through. They could be caught off guard by the creative approaches teams are taking. So you can't really fault them for being where they are. It just means that they now need to put a little bit more focus on bring in that extra bit of awareness and utilizing the strategies that they have come up with themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, several of these squads that are occupying the second page and not looking super hot tonight, have seen them get winner chicken dinners in the past, either in the semifinals or in the league portion of things. And given the points tally, we saw that Desert Flame Esports, although they are number one, the difference between themselves and a BBC, a Rilla Insider, an EFX, and Nzimbi, it's one game. It's one really strong, dominant performance where suddenly everything changes. So here in the Umzansi Esports League finals for PUBG Mobile, things are still continuing to heat up as we reach the end of the 5th season of action. We will be continuing the matchups right after a short break because we need the teams to get ready for Miramar where things really come down to a head. So please make sure that you are here ready and waiting in a couple of minutes to continue the hype and continue the action, continue the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. This is Snare, Actfire, and DK, and we'll be right back. Welcome, one and all, back here to the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, where we are now officially halfway through the first day of the finals weekend, where we will be crowning who truly is the best here within African esports. As it stands right now, we're halfway through. We're going to be going into Miramar and then Erangel Part 2. We are already loading things up, so let's keep it brief, gentlemen. Act Fire, give us another blessing. Which team this time around is going to be walking away with the most eliminations, even if they don't win?
I'm gonna give it a slam for KT. I think that they have shown that they've been building up those performances, and I think they're gonna get a lot of eliminations in the next one.
I can believe that. Flying 4KT is certainly a team we need to see heating up. And since we are about to get into this one, DK, I'll give you something to chew on before we get into this. Tell us, firstly, will we be seeing a return of the Grenades Matter, and which person is going to be getting the MVP vote into this one? And you'll tell us the answer as we get into the game, because Miramar is finally ready. Take it away, gentlemen. Make it hype, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you so much, Snare. Yes, we are going to be moving into the lovely, ever dusty dunes of Miramar. MVP, I'm going to call it on. I'm going to go with Berserk. Just because I can. Oh, no, wait. Yes. I'm not going to change my mind. Let's stick on Berserk. Let's see how that one pans out. And of course, while we wait for my prediction to come true, we're going to be looking at our flight path starting all the way on that southern edge. A slight bit of an eastern flight path coming through. So it is going to be limiting the reach for teams to make it all the way towards, for instance, Montenuevo, La Drelera, Chumacera, Val del Mar, El Pozo, the entirety of the western edge of zone. But I think it's a healthy spread, at least for the teams that like to move into this more eastern to central region of the zone. As we can see already, a lot of players starting to disembark. But again, reaching over towards those far western positions is still very capable of achieving. It just means you need to take a quick little pit stop, grab a vehicle, and get yourself yeeted over towards the western edge. But in true fashion, it is going to be, of course, the players from Blackjack and the underrated team pushing straight down in towards Los Leones, with the players then from Trinity actually making a play over in towards Impala, and the zone now just complementing this flight path.
An absolutely great one right there, DK. As we do see that zone, as you've just said, complementing the flight path with a lot of teams situated within that particular region. You do see the boys from Nzimbi, EFX, Apex, the boys from Underrated Esports, Trinity, as well as BJE, all sitting quite comfortably within that zone. And like we do know, Miramar usually starts off a bit quiet, and as we continue to build that, we'll then see teams taking on those aggressions. So we'll just see teams just trying as much as possible to loot out their way, get as much weapons and stockpile as they can until we move into the next phases.
Yep, stockpiling could be a good approach to make, but as we can see, a few of the teams not having that opportunity really to utilize this. Tyson is going to come swinging on through, just laying it down onto one of the players coming through from the side of the Chaos Kings, as I believe that was actually Swing to get taken right on down. So a little bit of a bumpy start, a little bit of a show of aggression coming through there. But the team's now still in an opportunity where they can get themselves kind of sorted with that loot. Oh, sorry, that was Swag. Well, it was close enough to Swing, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be the opportunity for teams to get themselves, decently sorted out before really having to worry about, pushing into the next rotational position. Speaking about an easy looting position, though, right? The players here from Slime, they're going to be opting all the way in towards La Cobreria, and it will be completely and utterly uncontested. Plaza so excited to get on with the looting phase that they cannot even wait for the vehicle to come to complete stop. They're going to be just vaulting out of their vehicle, and I mean, I'm loving this eagerness being shown by the teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of loot around that region which Slime Fockett is currently taking. They want to make sure that they are ready to go as they move into those next zones. And you can see several different teams also trying as much as possible to make sure that they get their loots right before moving into the fights. Teams are trying as much as possible to begin their rotations. You do see the boys from Chaos as well, not too far away from the Solo, and it'll be curious to see how that one does end out. We might see a fight coming in between Alternix and one of the players from Chaos, and this particular one.
Yeah, and right off the bat, we see Alternix getting into a bit of a potential altercation here with Minato and Trix now just opposing them. They are going to be looking to close that gap. You can see utilities getting cooked up now. Ooh, that one could find the sweet spot. Yes, it does. as Minato hits it with pinpoint accuracy. I mean, Trix now having such a comfortable play here, right? Can just casually stroll in, just appreciate the outfit. There's the, it looks pretty decent. Thank you so much for that. We'll take your loot and move on. But also then the rest of the players there from Solo actually in a position where they could just move themselves a little bit closer and come in with a bit of a surprise assault. But it doesn't seem like Chaos Kings are going to be lingering on this position for too much time now.
Okay, I was getting quiet, enjoying that one a bit too much as they just took a look at him for a bit. Just said, hey, buddy," before taking him out of the game right there. But we still got about 16 teams in this one. We've seen a little bit of fights here and there, but so far, teams are still looking quite strong in this particular lobby. It'll be curious to see how they do as they begin to make the rotations in. There's still a couple of teams who are outside that zone, like Chaos Kings, Solo, the boys from Slamford KT, will be looking to move right in towards that zone right there. We might see some fights coming down between the boys from Slime for KT as well as Reeler Insider because they are between those same regions. And I'm curious to see how that one actually does work out. But DK, whenever I see zones that are moving towards this, especially the Miramar zones that are moving towards that southeastern region, and there's a bit of water there, usually what I see is that the zone keeps shifting towards Impala and that region around the water.
Yeah. I mean, that does sometimes happen. So, unfortunately, we have no prediction as to where that next zone is going to be moving towards. So, all we can do is wait and be pleasantly surprised when we finally have the answer to what that zone is going to be doing. But should the zone continue to move towards that Impala position, the players from Trinity Gaming would find themselves in a very, very fortunate position, right? Because they've already established themselves in that area, and they would just have to try and fortify themselves in anticipation of teams potentially rotating towards them. But speaking about teams now having to try and fortify themselves and potentially even defend themselves, we're going to be seeing a little bit of that action coming through between the players from the side of Team Unique and the players then from Rilla Insider, who are rotating up alongside each other away from that water treatment Hacienda del Patron region and looking to find a little bit of a better situation further in towards the zone itself.
All right, so there's several different teams like Team Unique, like you mentioned, rotating around other teams, and we'll see how that one does play out. Miramar is usually that match that is not quite easy. But DK, you have not given your caster cost to any team in this one. I'm not gonna forget. So yeah, who are you gonna give it to? I gave mine to Slime for KT. Who's your team?
Well, I said I want to see Berserk be the MVP, so that's probably going to go hand in hand with that one then, I guess.
So lag.
Yeah, if we're looking
lag
at that, so I mean, it could. I'll go with the caster blessing instead of a caster curse. It just rolls off the tongue a little bit easier. It makes me sleep better at night as well. But it is going to be.
No one is going to assassinate you.
I mean, they're welcome to. If it's my time, it's my time. It's the way the cookie crumbles. I'm like, if that's my time, then so be it. But that to me would be a little bit of an extreme action to take for a game. But you know what? Each to their own. Speaking about that, of course, the teams now are going to be looking to roll further and further up in towards the zone itself. We are seeing a little bit of congestion coming through on that eastern front as the teams are moving up in towards the kind of graveyard area. We can see the players from Unique, Desert Flame. We've got Rilla Insider. We've got the players coming through from the side of Apex, all in pretty close proximity, as well as the team there from the Chaos King. So I think once one of these teams really start to hunker down and we can see those engagements start coming through, I think we're going to be having a little bit of that snowball effect then coming into play as well.
All right, absolutely, absolutely. Looking at this particular region right here, we do have the boys from Desert Flame coming up against Team Apex, and Andrew is already putting in the work right there as they do take a little bit of that HP. But look at that Nate Decay. It does look like it's going to cause a lot of trouble onto Maestro, and almost so close. But Decay, who do you think is going to be able to hold this particular position right here? Is it going to be the boys from Apex or with Desert Flame take this one?
I mean, Apex looking pretty well set up, moving into these compounds, at least situated on this very western edge, right? But Desert Flame, they are no strangers to Miramar. For quite some time, Miramar used to be one of their best performing matches, or maps rather. So I'm pretty confident in Desert Flame. I have a lot of faith that they are going to be capable of dealing with the threats being posed by Team Apex. But Team Apex also not one of those teams to discount. They could definitely hunker down and just make it so challenging for Desert Flame to get a good position.
All right, so Team Apex does have a position within that zone, and you do see the boys from Desert Flame are looking to sort of like edge it so far. Will they be trying as much as possible to take this fight with the boys from Apex? Knowing Desert Flame and the way they play, I do believe that they will try as much as possible to rotate away from that particular situation or not get into a fight quite early on. We'll see how that one actually does play out.
Yeah, and of course, Kage now just showing some really good driving skills there as they hit one of the only rocks situated in their path. I mean, that is next level difficulty right there. I think that one was turned up to really high tier. But speaking about a high tier, we are going to be looking at teams now, looking to get into a few more altercations in smack dab center zone, or relatively close to that, as we look on to Underrated and the players here from Blackjack. Blackjack, of course, now not going to be too distracted by the shots being fired through here from Barrow Boys. We can see MG just playing on the terrain, just utilizing the ridge lines, and instead going to be rotating further away. Paraboy also not too committed to actually finding those sprays. And this is going to be allowing the teams to get themselves situated once again, set up those anchor points and see what the defensive strategies they could look to apply from that point on forward. But I'd be a little bit wary about the position coming through from the players of Chaos Kings. We see them just situated north of Blackjack, but that also then puts them right smack dab in the middle of the players coming through from the side there of Underrated as well. So Chaos may be strolling into a little bit of a trap here.
Yeah, the Wilson Chaos King not too far away from PJE, like you just mentioned, and it does look like they are inching closer and closer and closer to what is a huge trouble. They've got several different teams around them, and the boys from Underrated might be looking to third party that fight if it does actually happen. So we'll see how that one actually does go down, as we're about to see a fight coming down between the boys from BJE and Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos seems to be full sending it right into the mix of it. As you can see, Trix now just trying to evade the nade, but up it comes, and it finds the position. Pinpoint accuracy coming through there from MG. Meanwhile, Zane just utilizing the vehicle, but MG gets blown up by their own nade, just overcooking that one to its very limit. Oh, that is so unfortunate to see, but Minato now trying to see if they can find any angles here. Frieza, meanwhile, is going to be just trying to get the heck out of dodge, and now Minato feeling the pressure come through as Zane steps up with that Mini 14, just trying to lay it on as thick as they can manage. And this could still be a beautiful game to be had for Blackjack. But Chaos now quickly dispersing, trying to put as much space in between themselves. But Minato is going to get spotted out, get knocked on down. And Frieza now in a position where they need to make the call. Are they going to try and, maybe bring in some revenge for their teammates? Or will they look to rotate into the safety of that next zone?
I believe at this particular point in time, a lot of these teams know that they're in the finals. They're in the finals right now. Getting into safety is probably going to be their priority rather than trying as much as possible to take on a fight against a full team. So it does look like that's going to be the situation for the boys from Chaos. Just prioritize getting those placement points above, just trying as much as possible to, just take on this fight. Yeah.
Yeah, Zane is going to come rolling through, picking up yet another elimination. But as we jump to the far western edges of the zone, it is going to be Desert Flame now holding up alongside. A very difficult play there, as we can see them pretty much crammed now, trying to see. And they are going up against the players here from Mad Knight once again. We were talking about this a little bit before. And again, Mad Knight going to be looking to roll on through. But for Chaos Kings, down to Frieza. This could be a nice sneak attack coming through if Frieza is able to utilize and execute this play successfully. I don't know what the odds are of that actually happening, but it does seem like the players from Solo Esports are going to be starting to lean towards the positioning towards zone itself instead of committing to this compound for the time being. And that would allow a little bit of breathing room now for Frieza to come through.
Yeah, but taking a look at not just this position where they're currently situated at, outside the zone is the boys from Mad Knights as well as Desert Flame. And I do believe Desert Flame, who usually find themselves within situations where they're currently situated in right the center of the zone, taking a different approach in this particular one, edging it out for now. And Flacco and his boys will be trying as much as possible to see if they can get in the zone. But my goodness, what a time. Mad Knights just sitting down there with them and just trying to be a thorn in their sides. And DK, would you be advising this? I would. For me, no matter what, even if I have the front foot, get into the zone.
I mean, zone, 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 zone. That is what I would be playing at this point because at least you know you're in the clear a little bit, right? But as you can see, a lot of the teams having a little bit of difficulty. Well, not getting themselves in zone, but actually maintaining a good, strong position as they are going to get challenged from all directions. We did see the players there from Blackjack also having a little bit of a bumpy ride. Zane running over a few more players, but they've been reduced down to reverb. And now several teams caught out in the blue zone having to make the dangerous trek all the way back in towards the zone. So you can see the teams now starting to drop all over the place. Our first team, of course, to get sent away is going to be none other than the Chaos Kings. But looking over towards the coastal line, it's going to be the players here from Team Unique. As we can see, that zone has taken a bit of a shift, moving further towards the west. But now they first need to get themselves out of the hot water they currently find themselves in.
Oh, now you're beginning to see the play zone taking them down some of the players from Mad Knights right there. And the consequence of their action of taking on fights with the boys from Desert Flame is now happening as you do see them losing a couple of players right there. So taking on fights outside the zone, probably never the wisest decision as you do see them going out in 15th position. Don't joke with Miramar.
Yeah, the desert will get you, but now it is going to be Reverb now looking to set a few utilities out in the fence, but MG gets traded down. Down goes Reverb, and it's going to be the end of the road for Blackjack over on Miramar. BBC now sitting quite comfortably with those 3 eliminations secured to their name. But they still have to find a good rotational path to get themselves secured into that next phase. And Team Unique could be proving to be quite a bit of a challenge should they find those plays. Zero Tolerance also just situated ahead of them. So a very dangerous kind of area that PBC now finds themselves in, as we can see Neil's vehicle getting blown to smithereens. With that, it is absolute aggression coming through once again.
Oh, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. There's so many different skirmishes happening at several different spots. Underrated and Team Unique might be looking to get into a fight. There's also the boys from EFX who have a full squad not too far away from this position. And my goodness, it is beginning to get absolutely aggressive. The boys from BBC are also beginning to pull up onto this position where the boys from Unique are currently situated. So we might see something going down there right about now or any moment as Sonny and his boys are approaching and getting quite close. And DK, things are shaping up to be absolutely aggressive at any moment in time.
Yeah, Tony, I mean, this is going to be a super sweaty fight. As you can see, BBC trying to play the ridge. We got Team Unique just setting themselves up so phenomenally, just ahead of them. Fortunately for Team Unique, right, they don't have many other teams to worry about too much, but it is going to be Zero Tolerance now, finding a beautiful angle. As we can see Skydo, our absolute monster, just hitting it in once again, finding that knock up on towards Sunny. And that is an attempt to create a bit of an opening here for Zero Tolerance to come rushing straight on forward. Up comes Paradox alongside Lord and Skydo, rushing onto BBC, driving in for that first elimination confirmation. Up comes the hits, the sprays. Kratos now just dodging in and around the smoke, but Lord just pushes it through with a buggy. Falak is going to be the final hopeful left. Finds a bit of a spray on towards Lord. Paradox now looking to drive this one in, but will they be able to secure that final hit to alleviate BBC and send them packing? Of course, the players from Team Unique held up right there alongside them, but up comes the final hit, the push, and BBC get ended with a beautiful nade from Paradox. What a play that was, though.
Man, an absolutely aggressive play coming in for the boys right there from zero tolerance in this particular one. I did think it was going to be Team Unique taking on that particular fight, but my goodness, they held on their position quite well. And it'll be curious to see how they do fare against the boys from Unique while they're making those rotations, TK.
Oh, Geisha's just got that eye locked on in as they find Paradox in the rotation. Gets them picked out right out of the vehicle, and with that, it is going to be zero tolerance to make their way on through. It is now also Fellas to get hit. TBD seem to be on an absolute rampage. Already those 2 eliminations secured, and they're going to be looking to pick up as many as they can find. But we can see just behind them on that mini-map is going to be the players coming through from Trinity with a slow, steady approach. Not going to be pushing up just yet, but Unique now opting to show the aggression as they move forward right onto the players here, coming through from Underrated. And this could be yet another player. Spyros also get traded on down, and it's now all down to Paraboy. But Hainsley has tasted blood. He's going to try and push through and find that final hit to eliminate yet another team.
Man, Powerboy having such a tough time in this particular one, coming up against the boys from Team Unique. And you can see Hansley sending in those nades with his teammates now getting quite close. And he's also got to watch out for the boys from Nzimbi, who are not too far away from his position right there. The boys from Unique sending in those nades. You would think that they have an infinity amount of them as they keep on trying as much as possible to make that push. Look at them go. Absolutely scary for anyone who hears those amounts of footsteps coming into his direction right here. He throws in those nades, but it's not able to do any damage onto that team right there. They're still searching for him. They're afraid to get into that position because they know that there are a couple of teams in flank position. So they are being careful right now. And for now, that keeps the last member of Underrated in the game.
Yeah, and of course we see the players here from Solo now also trying to hold on. As we can see, they're going up against Apex, but Apex trying to lock it through as they're keeping up the defenses. Up comes the utilities. Andrew cooking one up. Is it going to reach in? Oh, UG Boy and Ndiag's in such a dangerous position. Fortunately, the nade doesn't cause enough damage. And this is now going to be the opening for Apex to come rushing on forward, doing their due diligence, finds the bit of a spray, picks up the one. Oh, and with that, they secure it, taking down the players there from Solo, taking us down to 9 teams remaining. It's going to be Unique now looking to push into the players coming in from the side of Trinity as Myth now gets knocked on down. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to pick up the final few hits as they pick up yet another player. Neil still in contention alongside Zinc, and down they go. Oh, the Team Unique on an absolute blaze, but they get sent away as Team Trinity actually get wiped off the face of the map.
Oh man, things are being absolutely crazy in this particular one. The boys from Team EFX, who have still got a full squad to themselves, coming up against Team Unique, who has a couple of players who are down in this particular situation, and Suli is about to make that move. The 2 players in front of him, he's sending in those nades. His players at his back to provide him that support. And can Hansley and the boys hold their defense in this particular position as they've taken down Suli and might be able to send Suli back into the lobby, but Hansley himself goes down right there with the Team Slime for KT providing some third parties in that one, and that may just be enough time for Team Unique to get those revives on and still show what they're capable of in this game.
Yeah, Team Unique in a beautiful position here to get a quick bit of a reset. They've got a lot of ground to cover to get themselves back into that next zone. As we can see, Apex now still applying the pressure, sending in those utilities and just getting those re-knocks. Jassa is not going to be done just yet as they now come rushing on forward, looking to just capitalize on the aggression. Up comes the rush, spots out Gage, the shots get sent on through, and this could be the clutch now for Apex. Will they be able to just reap on through and pick up all the players from Unique? Unfortunately, the answer is going to be no, as that was a very isolated rush coming through, but fortunately, we do see Professor right there trying to bring in a bit of a helping hand. Not quite sure what Professor is going to be able to get done at this point in time. Instead, maybe consider looking towards the zone, but it is going to be a Professor now dancing around the rock, trying to see if they can pick up Exist. Oh, up comes the hits, the shots. Not finding the points just yet. But will this hit come in? Oh, relentless effort though from Professor as they manage to get the knock and elimination down onto Exist. We got Phoenix now once again in trouble as the vehicle gets exploded, and Apex get a full squad wipe locked on in. But now the favors are getting returned, as you can see the players from Rilla Insider also coming through. Professor almost sneaking in a quick little vehicle knock in there as well.
Oh, Team Apex showing a little bit more aggression in this particular game, being absolutely scary to several different teams right there as they do turn their aggression onto Unique in that particular one. Kage and the boys trying as much as possible to now see if they can get Andrew back into the game and perform a lot better. You still got the team Slime for KT performing quite well in this particular one. They've got Rina Insider in front of them, and it'd be curious to see if the two-man squad coming in from Slime for KT can put in the work in this final circle and try and grab that winner chicken dinner. Okay, it's actually a full squad for Slime for KT, but 2 players in this particular point.
Yeah, it's still a full squad for Slime, a full squad for Rilla, and it is going to be a very contentious play. Rilla sitting on 3 eliminations, Slime sitting on 6, so they've doubled up on it. But as we look down to that southern edge, we can see the players from Underrated now getting taken down. And down to our final 4 teams we go. We've got Zero Tolerance, we've got Apex, Rilla Insider, and Slime 4KT all in the fight to see who will be the team to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. And this could potentially be the game for either Rilla or Slime to pick up the winner chicken dinner. We have to wait and see how this one plays out.
And taking a look at the teams right here, it's a shuffle on the teams, who usually been coming into that top 5 situation. But Slime for KT trying to get into the zone, and you can see the damage already being done onto one of the players right there. As they are now reduced onto a 3-man squad in this particular one. Rina Insider currently still holding their own quite strongly. It is a 4v3v3. There was some Apex sitting down with a 3-man squad. Can Rina Insider capitalize on the amount of players that they have in this particular game, or will that be the end for them? Okay.
Well, a big challenge now lies ahead of Rilla Insiders. They need to push on through. Oh, there we go. Finds it straight on towards Andrew. This could be that opening now for Rilla Insider to just come rushing up in towards those. We can see Professor being the final hopeful for Apex, situated on that southern edge of zone. Still a very contentious zone to be playing here, as we can see the shots continue to fly on through. Team Unique now getting eliminated, getting sent away with those 8 eliminations. Slime looking still very, very formidable. 3 players up. They've got the position locked in towards the zone, and now they need to defend it. Barilla Insider are going to be looking to just creep on in and create any vulnerabilities wherever they can find them as they now move up, coming in with that 2-2 split. We got Slay and Zeke holding that eastern position. We got Trip and Coco going for a more western approach, just utilizing the ridge line, sneaking their way into position. Let's see whether or not Coco and the rest of the team are going to look to send out a few of those utilities. So they already have received a few of those. But Professor from Apex just going to be lying in absolute silence on the very edge of zone.
Oh, Apex Professor actually holding his position quite well. But Slam for KT in a very, very precarious situation right now, as the boys from Insider are currently spread out right here. Going into that final circle, it's a 3v4, and it'll be curious to see who actually does get a knock right here. Slam for KT have their work cut out for them, and have another player who's currently being sent down. They're down to just 2 players right now. It is Fexi, it is Plaza. Can they actually somehow clutch this particular game? As you can see, 2 players right there go down for them, but DK, take this one.
Oh, well, there we go. It is going to be the end of the road. The winner chicken then are going straight to Rilla Insiders. They just stepped in and overpowered the players from Slime 4KT, just finding such beautiful angles, picking up 9 eliminations and 230 damage dealt. That, of course, then results in a grand total of 24 points to their name. What a glorious run this was for Rilla. As we saw coming into this match, they were already in need of some points, but fortunately, the PUBG gods smiled down upon them, and they were able to just find it in such beautiful succession. And what an amazing run that was for them.
Absolutely. An incredible run from Rilla Insider. Had you asked many of people before this, they would have said that they could not do it, but showing that by dint of being here, they have championship caliber within them, as not only do they end up winning out this map on Miramar, but this 20-30 damage that they've dished out shows them as a legitimate contender of being able to post up astronomically high numbers. 9 eliminations, 24 points. Great outing for them on Miramar. And this is a great opportunity for them, Actfire, because one of the interesting things about playing 4 maps rather than 3 is, when do you reset? When do you get a time to breathe, reassess where you are in the day? coming back basically after halftime, you get this particular win. Rilla Inside are now going to be feeling much stronger. The momentum is on their side as they go into the final map of the evening.
Yeah, definitely. They can fully assess their game now and say, hey, you know what, we've done a lot better than we thought we would have. Now they can go into that final map and try as much as possible to get into that top five. And it would have been a great day for them if they can just get some good points overall. But lovely gameplay as well coming in from the boys from Slime for KT as they did manage to get into that final zone, but the numbers and the position was just against them.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were not in the best of shape by the time they found themselves in that final fight. It often does happen where you get to the final zone. You know, it might be the case that Miramar is this wider expanse where it's much more difficult to have these chaotic events. But as time goes on, and that's what's so dangerous about Miramar, is you have to try and make sure that you're still capable of contesting when it's a much more small, cordoned off environment where pretty much in every direction there's some kind of skirmish happening. Talk to us about something here, though, DK. The squads that were able to make that final push, teams like Team Apex, for example. Team Apex, at some point, they found themselves in a really good position, and I thought they were actually going to be the ones to clutch it out. Hell, they got that massive vehicle explosion onto Team Unique. It looked like they were going to be the ones to take the fight to Reela. What happened? Why did things change so suddenly for them at the very end? And they weren't able to necessarily maintain their positive position and thus fell prey to not only the damage coming in from Rilla, but a little bit of, let's say, antagonism coming in from Slime TT as well.
I mean, I definitely got to look at the position being held by Apex moving into those later stages. It was they found themselves in an elevated position, which then resulted in them becoming a target, right? Because it became pretty obvious as to where the team was situated. But also looking at the performance of Rilla moving through these last phases, they became one with the terrain, right? They became part of Miramar, and they just utilized the coverage being provided by the terrain and snuck up and just played a beautiful, beautiful position. Slime, they were super exposed moving into that last stage, trying to hunker down in those little bowls, but unfortunately, Rilla just managed to overpower them and, you know, kind of out-strategize them to get themselves in such a favorable kind of setup.
I mean, that's one of the things that you were talking about earlier, right? The fact that some of these squads that might be coming into this one, you might not have had all the WWCDs, you might not have the longevity as a squad. However, what you do have at your disposal is ideas and hopefully some execution. They had the right ideas and they were blessed by the PUBG gods with execution on this one. And Relay Insider certainly looked solid here. The question, though, Agfire, that I have for you, throughout the semifinals especially, but certainly throughout the league as well of the normal play here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, we did see it be the case that every now and then a squad would make a pretty big splash, but then almost immediately find themselves going back into relative mediocrity. Here from Rilla Insider, based on what you've seen from them here tonight, what do we think of them? Where do they rank in the power rankings? For example, do they inspire the same confidence in you that, say, a Slime 4KT, a BJE, a Desert Flame Esports, a Team Lag does, based on what they've done tonight?
I think that they're just a little bit below that when it comes to, you know, capabilities. I do think that they have what it takes to grab a winner chicken dinner here or there, but there's some inconsistent performances when it comes to them that, you know, they don't do it quite often like the rest. So I can't be too sure, but they might just surprise me.
Yep, Relay Insider certainly surprised all of us by grabbing this WWCD on this first day of the finals. Let's take a look who was the MVP, though, here on Miramar. Given that they found themselves with 9 eliminations, it wouldn't be too out of pocket to imagine that it would be somebody from the side of Relay Insider. Let us see who it is, and it is not. For the second time in a row and the second time back-to-back here, DK, we're going to be having a Sexy Fexy coming in with the MVP vote. Unlike in the previous time around where he got 3 eliminations, this time posting up 5. But the interesting thing for me is that he has 2 more eliminations, but the actual spread of damage is not dissimilar at all based on what he did on the previous map. I think it's only off by like 80, 90 points. So explain how this can keep happening to him. So what happened? Why didn't he get as many eliminations on Sanhok as he was able to accomplish here, given that the damage spread was mostly the same?
Well, you got to look at the difference in maps, right? Sanhok is a much, much smaller map, and there is going to be a lot more opportunity for those eliminations to get stolen by other teams. And that is what we saw coming into effect over on Sanhok. Miramar, because it's such a more expansive kind of map, there is a lot more opportunities for the teams themselves to follow through and get those confirmations secured for the team. So that is why we see there being a lot stronger of a conversion rate coming through with the amount of damage dealt to the amount of actual eliminations being locked in by Sexy Vexy, right? Gotta say, it's a nice name that really rolls off the tongue. But either way, some great consistency being shown coming through from Slime. But I have to commend the players there from Rilla, right? After the first two matches, they only had a total of 3 points to their name. So this winner chicken dinner that they just acquired was really needed for them to just try and push themselves up a little bit further on the overall standings.
Yep, this by several 100%, almost 1,000% outlay here from them. Pretty amazing performance. Certainly going to be helping their prospects of trying to win it all. Let's, of course, see what the other teams fared like. We know for a fact that the side of Relay Insider was able to accomplish their points tally here, but not exactly sure about what the points look like for the squads that are chasing them beneath. I'm especially curious about Slime 4KT, given how many eliminations they found themselves with. And here we get to see it. 19 points for them. They get third place. Team Apex tied as well on the 19 points, but they have slightly higher elimination, so they're going to be getting the second spot here after this map of Miramar. Of course, Team Unique not too far behind them on 16 points, but my goodness, Axfire, you know what's up, man. This disparity, it was so nice beforehand. I was so happy. Everything was nice and smooth. Everybody was very, very competitive. This was relative to like the top 4 teams to the rest of the field, not competitive at all when you look at the total tally of points here. What did they do differently versus everybody else that allowed them to separate this far from the pack?
Yeah, I think it's just consistency, getting yourself into a good spot within that particular zone. We saw the boys from Mad Knights and Desert Flame going in a fight outside the zone, and during that game, I told DK, right, this is not a smart idea. This is not a wise idea. It was probably a better decision for those teams to try and rotate into that zone. And we saw what happened at the end of the day. They got taken out by the play zone. Don't joke with Miramar zone.
Don't play with the zone. The blue zone is not your friend. Stay far, far away from it. And underrated esports, Team EFX, ZTS, and Team NSMB, they'll be at the bottom half of this page 1 table. The amount of points that they've gotten for themselves here, not going to be enough to really make a major dent in their overall standings. At the very least, not at this end of the competition. Maybe at the top end, these like 1 to 5 point spread might make a huge difference. The teams, though, that we really have to talk about that have yet to make a splash today. Of course, we did just see Relay Insider manage to level up their performance, get a winner chicken dinner. But DK, some of these other squads that are still in trouble that haven't been able to do that, BBC, your Trinity Gamings, they were out here also enjoying the similar amount of points tally overall as what we saw from Relay Insider. Rilla got their dub. They didn't. So they still sit in a very awkward position overall here. So now if I'm looking at Relay Insider and I'm a BBC, right? I must be punishing myself to be like, really, guys? They did it, but we can't? What's going on? I want to ask you about, like, what do you think that they can do with as a squad, right, to avoid that kind of negative imaging about themselves and ensure that they can still perform at a high level without putting too much pressure on themselves if they're having lackluster performances?
Focus on the objective. That is what I would say. Just keep your focus on what it is you're trying to achieve. If you're looking to finish with strong placement points, prioritize that. If you're looking to finish with an insane amount of eliminations, put yourself in a position where that is a possibility. But sometimes I think the teams that find themselves sitting on the second page could at some point just get a little bit surprised by the teams on the first page, because it does seem like the teams that make it onto that first page, they just found something that clicked for them. The stars aligned, the PUBG gods smiled upon them, and they just had it working in their favor. RNG was definitely on their side, but I would not make that the end of the world, right? This is only the first day. Yes, it's not the most ideal position to be in, but you can still fix it. There's still a position, there's still a play to be made, and the teams will need to take a look at, was it a Miramar-specific performance, or has it been, as you said before, a consistent performance since the very first match? If that is the case, you definitely need to try and find a fix, because it means that something is wrong.
Yeah. I mean, let's take a quick look here at what the overall rankings look like and see the spread of teams between teams that things are going very, very right, and for these squads that things are just starting to turn quite sour within their mouths right now. At the very top of the table, we do see Slime 4KT picking up 38 points in total so far, being one of the more consistent squads. We expected them to show up when it mattered, and it matters now more than ever. And here they are at the top of the overall rankings. Right behind them, Desert Flame Esports, who've had similar talking points regarding them, and they have also continued to show up. Zero Tolerance Skills have been a much more consistent squad pretty much from the beginning of the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. No surprise at all to see them in this 3rd place position. I am a bit surprised about Team Lag though here, because Fire, when they started the day, they looked hotter than anything. They got 25 points from that opening map. In the map since, subsequently, they've only been able to pick up a couple. They're sitting on 29 points. They are sliding down this leaderboard. And if things continue this way, they might not even be able to stay on this first page by the time this evening is over.
Yeah, like we did mention before this second game, this third game started, that it is so tough right now in the lobby. You never know what to expect from several different teams. It's so competitive. So that's why Team Lag is finding it difficult to be able to continue to show the performance that we saw from them in that first game. As we go now into another Erangel game, maybe this might just be their time to be able to grab those extra points.
Absolutely. We've seen teams going back-to-back on Erangel in the past, so will be very incumbent upon Team Lag to try and do the same. Real Apex, Team Unique also climbing up the leaderboards, occupying 5th, 6th, and 7th positions respectively. It's this bottom page, though, where things get particularly interesting, because the top 8, I could easily see any of them making a very strong showing in any of these maps, and this shuffling happening pretty substantially. However, the further we go along this day here, DK, the more it does seem to be the case that, yet again, much to my chagrin, the disparities are just increasing. The 9th through 12th is not so bad. It's not great, but it's not so bad. But it's those bottom 4 teams, EFX and Zimbi, BBC, Trinity, we came into this anticipating that they weren't necessarily going to be able to pull out the most stellar performances. We know they're capable of surprises. We know that they're capable of upsets. But what I find very intriguing is I'm trying to think about when we saw these teams doing upsets, right? EFX and Zimbi and Trinity Gaming started to do upsets at the exact stage of the semifinals where several of the other squads didn't really care anymore. They didn't need as many points. They didn't need to perform at the same extremely high level. Now that that particular handicap, as you might have it, is no longer there, can we expect any of these squads to rise to a level that makes us be like, oh, wow, even when everybody is at maximum strength, you're still a proper contender? Or is this just a proper reflection of what the actual power rankings are here in the 16 teams that occupy the grand finals?
I would say yes and no. BBC definitely a team not really known for sitting on the second page, right? A team that has the capabilities to be positioned and quite securely over on that first page. I don't know if maybe, things are maybe just a little bit out in the BBC camp. It is a little bit worrying to see them sitting on that second page, but I sincerely hope that they can, just piece everything back together and just show up to their full potential, because that's definitely not the BBC I know. It's a team that, if you say BBC, like, I've got completely different thoughts that come to mind. Definitely not any thoughts of BBC sitting on the second page and that far down the leaderboard. So, yeah, I don't know. A few things need to change.
We'll see if they can make the necessary adjustments in the short time that we have before the final map of the evening, as we will be rounding things out with Erangel Part 2, a map we've seen Team Lag, who need these points, do very, very well in earlier, and a map that we've often seen present many surprises here in the Umzansi Esports League. We'll see if that's going to continue to be the case right after a short break, and once we return, Erangel Part 2 and the conclusion of day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Finals. You do not want to miss it. The Umzansi Esports League 5th season, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming, is reaching its crescendo, and you want to make sure that you are a part of that chorus. So stick around. We'll be right back. This is Snare, DK, and Actfire bringing you the PUBG Mobile Finals, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. It is the finals weekend where we're going to be trying to crown who is the best squad in PUBG Mobile in all of Africa. Right now, we are 3 maps deep, and we're going into the final one. Erangel Part 2 was busy loading up, and afterwards, we'll have a very clear idea of who is going to be leading the race to become the champion of the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Modern Gaming Africa. DK, give me some quick predictions. We're about to head into this map. The teams are already roaring to go. I need to hear from you, good sir. Exactly, right? And I want the exact number, right? How many eliminations for the winning squad at the very end of this?
Ooh, okay. I'll put it on 12.
12? Oof. Man, that sounds very exciting. It will represent a high for the day, represent something to beat for the rest of the finals. And before we get into it, Actfire, I want you to stretch your hands out, lay them on one of these squads, give your blessing, give your curse, get into the game, and I'll talk to you afterwards. It's Erangel for the last time this evening. Take it away, boys, and I want that blessing and curse.
My
Thank you so
blessing,
much.
my blessing and blessing is going to go to Team Lag. I think that they may just get that second winner chicken dinner in this particular one. We talked about them not performing in the other maps, so maybe this might just be their return back all the way into that top. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, only time will tell exactly how that one is going to go. But as we look onto our flight path, we can see it being positioned a little bit more on towards that southeastern edge of the zone itself. So that, of course, will result in a few teams not actually being able to reach as far up towards those northern positions as they would like to. But for us, fortunately, it is going to result in some pretty exciting gameplay, as we could potentially have quite a few teams dropping down relatively close to each other. As we now see the players there from Solo and Chaos making that first push, trying to get themselves situated towards Ferry Pier and Primorsk. So there could be a little bit of action coming through on that side. But as we look further to the end of the flight path, so many teams pushing out towards the north. And I think we are going to be having a very, very contested play moving into this this final Erangel for the day. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of fights going down right there. And you can see that zone already circulating around that region all the way towards that southeast, central and southeast around Yasnaya, all the way down to Novo right there. So several different teams will be looking to find a good spot for themselves. And what this might lead to is a lot of fights within that center. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we do see the boys from Chaos and Solo not too far away from each other, all the way towards that southwestern region as well. So, DK, I've given my prediction all the way to Lag Esports and the caster course. Yeah, you gotta give yours.
Wow. Okay, so that is going to be a really tricky one, but I'd have to go with the players from Zero Tolerance, right? Because they smacked up center zone, so, if not, why not? Let's go with them, see what they're going to bring to the table, as in our step on up. A very interesting spread coming through from a lot of our teams. You can see Desert Flame and the players from Lag relatively close to each other, so we're going to find out soon enough what that event will have entailed for us. EFX now trying to move a little bit further towards the north, potentially moving right up in towards Yasnaya, Poliana. But looking at the players then they're from Zero Tolerance, right? That is an interesting spread and a very, very well saturated zone, I got to say, coming through from the teams.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of teams have already found spots to call their own so far. So we'll be looking to see how that favors them. As we then move into the second circle, we're probably not going to see a lot of pushes and a lot of fights going down quite yet, as several different teams are still looking for positions to call home or maybe get some extra loot. We'll see how that one continues to play out. We still got about 16 teams in this first zone, and we'll be a little bit patient for now before we start to see the action going down here, DK.
About 16, yes. We still have about all 16 teams in the lobby.
All 16 teams.
Making their way on through. Lag now starting to spread themselves out a little bit. We can see the players here from EFX. They wanted to go to their tried and tested looting spot, right? That is none other than Saverni. So you gotta love the commitment coming through from EFX, right? Come hello high water. They are going to push to where they are most comfortable, and that is going to be in their home ground. Get themselves sorted. But what's going to be nice, though, is they don't have to push that far to get themselves back in towards the zone. And looking at the current positioning of the teams throughout the rest of the zone, they could actually have a relatively comfortable return path back to that next area. But I'm curious to see as to whether or not anyone's going to look to maybe change things up. We see the players from Solo also starting to rotate further up towards Georgia Ball. Chaos are going to be locked into Primorsk, and they're not going to be moving from that position, at least not now. But down that southern island, we can see the players from Underrated as well as the players coming through from Team Inzimbi. Now, on either sides of the islands, obviously going about their business. But I'm once that rotation starts coming through, once the teams start moving off of the island, the players from Desert Flame, they've already moved in towards that eastern bridge, and I'm hopeful for a little bit of the altercations to come through on that choke point.
Oh, what a time in this particular lobby. We're seeing several different teams try as much as possible to get towards that center. And you do see the boys from Team Lag trying as much as possible to get deep in, as well as Zero Tolerance and Desert Flame. Desert Flame already now beginning to live up to what we usually know from them, DK, getting into that central position. We might see some fights going down between them and several teams around them within that particular region. We're curious to see how that one does play out as we continue to move into the next zone. But a lovely, lovely decision, coming in from EFX and the boys from Solo, trying as much as possible to hold their normal positions, traveling all the way to get, those loots right there, and then sort of like rotates back. We'll see how that one works out for them, DK.
Yeah, but looking at Desert Flame's position, as you pointed out, being smack dab center zone towards the usual kind of drop location in that farm region, they are very, very comfortable there, and they know really. They are really well versed in defending that position. But now, as we look a little bit further up north, it is going to be Zero Tolerance and Lag getting into a slight bit of an altercation here. Desert Flame, of course, just off in the distance. But Berserk not going to be giving up the spot just yet as they now are pulling up onto a little bit more of an elevated position. Zero Tolerance might come in hot pursuit, looking to hunt them down. And that could work out and play in favor of the players from Lag. But it does seem like Zero Tolerance, they are not up for that just yet. Instead, they're going to be looking to move a little bit further on towards the eastern side. So the team's still trying to kind of find and sort out their positioning, looking to where they and how they want to play this phase. But Zero Tolerance and Lag really, really centered up. And I think we're going to be seeing quite a continuation of engagements coming through between both these teams.
Oh, this team's already beginning to threaten each other with several different shots so far. Will they be taking this full fight? Right now, we're left to know. But Paradox does decide to hop into his vehicle alongside with Vortex and just retreat away from that particular fight, heading onto that region where the rest of the teammates are currently situated. Will they get pursued by the boys from Lag? We'll still have got to wait to see how that one does play out. But it doesn't look like it so far, as the boys from Zero Tolerance Skills will just be free to go on about their business.
Well, at least for the next 5 seconds, because we have the players from Blackjack moving in from the north. So again, they might be moving out of the out of the pan into the fire, but it doesn't seem like Blackjack are actually going to be pushing in this direction. Instead, they look to be rotating a little bit closer towards that mansion region. And on that far western side, we see the players from Team Inzimbi now crossing over, coming back on towards the main island. They're, of course, crossing right past the players from Chaos Kings. But we've not really seen any altercations come through. So this is a very, very quiet phase, at least for now, as we can still see 64 players up, 16 teams still remaining. And there's a lot of tension starting to brew here. So the teams are positioning themselves a little bit more favorable. And this is kind of the strategy or those tactics that I was referring to much earlier on, is the teams not just rotating around for the sake of rotating. You can see the strategies being played out. Teams trying to get themselves set up in anticipation of what this next zone could bring, as well as what the opposing teams could be looking to do with regards to their own rotations.
All right. Great stuff right there. So we're now moving into our next zone, our second zone of the night. We're now beginning to see several different teams begin their rotations. We do see the boys from EFX, not too far away from Slimefog AT, really close to Yasnaya. We might beginning to see some skirmish coming in from them right there on that particular one. We're curious to see how it does pan out as Suli and his boys are currently just scouting around that region where Stanford KC is situated. We might see some fight going down there. Several different teams already as well getting into that zone. But DK, this fight between Stanford KC, between Lag and the boys from Reader Insider might just turn out to be an aggressive full fight.
Yeah, it does seem like Lag are trying to find a good spot to move into. At first, we saw them pulling closer to the players there from Zero Tolerance, but now they've kind of chosen to try and pick a fight with the players from Rilla Insiders. 1-9 has already been downed. Trip actually flanking up behind them. They are going to get chased by Kakao as the push comes through. Kakao quick on the defensive, finds the trade, just alleviating a little bit of that pressure. But Berserk also taking quite a bit of damage right here. Quickly trying to patch that one up. Tries to find the angle now. Gets the hit in on Coco. Zeke still holding on the front end there. We can see Slay also trying to move on through. And this could be Berserk now just raking in even more eliminations. So it's great to see finally that Lag kind of have picked a spot for them to start to play from. But now it all lies on what the rest of the team is going to bring on through. Of course, those third-party plays coming through from Mad Knight as well. As you can see, Fantasy pretty exposed out in the open. The spray will fly in his direction. Fortunately, that wall is going to be providing the necessary hard cover for Ice Savage not to succeed. But of course, these engagements, these shots being fired, draws even more teams. As we see the players there from Team Inzimbi also now starting to venture much, much closer. And this is where I think the teams are going to find themselves in a very uncomfortable position very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wilson man that's getting into a little bit of that third party against Lag right there, causing some troubles for them as they were pushing onto Rila. But now coming into this position, you do have the boys from Team Nzimbi who might be looking to take on this fight. And one of the players from Madness have currently been taken down. I'd be curious to see how the boys from Nzimbi do strategize in this particular fight as we see the kill feed right there with Team Apex going up against another team as well. So we're already beginning to see several different skirmishes across the map and it is now looking absolutely dangerous. But DK, so far we still got 16 teams regardless of the amount of fights that we've seen.
Yeah, the team's showing a lot of perseverance here. No one wants to be the first team to fall, but as you can see, the action is going to be laid on super thick as we jump over to players here from Team Apex. They now find the trades up into Blackjack, and with that is our first team locked in to get sent back to the lobby. Apex looking pretty great, not even taking a lot of damage, so really just capitalizing on the positional play here. But we see the teams now starting to converge into that center zone, a strategy that we have not seen happen all too often. So it's quite an interesting shift in the dynamics from the teams moving into this final match. It shows that the teams have realized that they need to step up and perform. It's just quite funny that everyone decided that in the final match. And I think we're going to be seeing a very brutal zone come into play now as we are about to hit that third phase. And the zone now centers over towards that more western edge of the playable area, being slightly inclusive of Potato Hill. But I mean, EFX and the players there from Mad Knight are going to find themselves in already quite a favorable kind of setup moving into this next zone.
Yeah, absolutely. You're now seeing several different teams like the boys from BBC try as much as possible to get themselves into a favorable position, not too far away from the boys from Chaos right there. As they're heading towards that center where you got the boys from Zero Tolerance now beginning to take on the shots onto them as Vortex does get a knock and a confirmation onto one of the players' craters. And what a time it is for them as they were just looking to get themselves in. But Zero Tolerance being absolutely outstanding, holding their position and making sure that they make them pay for getting in late.
Yeah, Zero Tolerance definitely part of the welcoming committee as they jump into action on this eastern edge. BBC now going to be ducking into the compound so we can see just off in the distance. But again, none of these positions are locked in. All the teams are moving in and there's not enough space to accommodate all these teams. So we are going to be seeing quite a bit of carnage as the teams progress further and further forward. Apex here to find their approach into the zone. The players coming through from Trinity also going to be looking to hold up on towards that northern side, trying to flank around the west, looking for a good viable option to go for. But center zone is where the action is going to be, at least for the time being, as we see a few of those hits now starting to connect on through. Zero tolerance, keeping up the defensive over on this eastern side. But BBC, Solo, and the players coming through from underrated are going to be getting into a bit of an altercation pretty soon. Skydo, our cracked player so far, waiting for an opportunity to play on towards Professor. As we can see that buggy now getting repositioned. But it does seem like Apex are instead disengaging and trying to evade any of the potential plays that Zero Tolerance could be having on them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still got about 15 players in this particular position. The boys Apex are not too far away. They're looking around this region, DK. And this is where things now begin to get interesting as teams are getting closer and closer. Things are getting choked up in this particular region. So many different teams are beginning to take on the fights and also on the kill field. We do see the boys from Slime for KT and EFX. And this is where things now get really dangerous. Look at that, DK.
Yeah, Fexy sends that one out. Is now up to Pyro. The bounce comes in and off it goes. Beautiful play coming in here from Slime as they now just show up to the party. Looking to rush it on in. It is up to Sully to hold on the defenses. But up comes Fexy, DBS in hand. Oh, Plaza gets traded on down and up comes the hits as Fexy drives it in. That DBS just doing its thing and with that locking in the eliminations of EFX. Meanwhile, the zone has taken a bit of a shift down towards that far southern edge. Now, Desert Flame finds themselves absolutely zone blessed. Lag still in a good position. Rilla Insider also quite phenomenally set up. But now I'm curious to see what the rest of the teams are going to be doing, right? We still have 11 other teams that needs to get themselves situated. And it does seem like the players from Trinity are going to be adopting a little bit more of a calculated approach, right? Wrapping around that southern edge, trying to sneak in behind all the other teams and just trying to be as hidden as they can manage.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Slime 418, this particular one, grabbing himself 4 kills. We've now turned our sights onto the boys from Underrated, who have the boys from Unique right there in front of them as they get a knock onto Hansley. And this is where things now begin to get interesting so far. Teams are getting closer and closer to each other, trying as much as possible to rotate in. There's not a lot of space to work with. And now the violence is already beginning to happen. Underrated, do you think, DK, this may be their time to show in this lobby that they are ready to grab that winner chicken dinner?
Oh, it's a really difficult call to make, seeing that they are coming in with that 2-2 split. I mean, not a bad approach to be taking, but they are, of course, rotating up into a very exposed position in towards that zone. Actually, looking for a little bit of trouble, if I'm being honest. We can just see the rest of the team situated around them. Meanwhile, the players there from Apex are going to be having a very, very tough time as they've now been reduced down to Jassa as Zero Tolerance has moved in towards them. But looking at Pyrus coming through here from Underrated, just doing the due diligence, scanning the buildings up ahead, not being able to spot the players occupied within it. This could be a little bit of a challenging play. I mean, Underrated, super exposed. I don't think this is the spot that it's going to be too favorable for them in the long run.
We'll see how this one plays out. Several different teams already beginning to hold different tiny little angles within that zone. You do see the boys from Underrated Esports not too far away from Desert Flame. And my goodness, what a time for all of these guys. You said the last guy right here from this team taking on shots from Zero Tolerance, and boom, and down he goes in 14th position. Team Apex not having quite a day like they did in the previous game, and it will be curious to see how they do in coming days. But what you have to say about Team Apex, do you think, DK, they had a good day, or they could possibly do better for you?
I mean, it's a really difficult one to answer at this point, as we still have quite a bit to happen on the match. Apex, I mean, they've been putting in the effort, trying to secure themselves a decent position across the board. We did see a few moments of glory coming through and a lot of aggression from Apex, but they've not yet succeeded really in pushing through with those placement points as well to add on to that. But as we now look onto the players here from Team Nzimbi moving in from this western side, they have a bit of an opportunity here, right? A lot of the teams are going to be distracted up ahead. Instead, the teams positioned ahead of them are going to be somewhat kind of focused in on each other. The players from Undisputed alongside Desert Flame, that could provide a great opportunity, but it does seem like Team Nzimbi are just playing these peaks a little bit too long, and that kind of gives... it kind of breaks that element of surprise that they were trying to capitalize on.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Nzimbi, one of those teams that just came in and surprised us in the semifinals, put in some really good performances right here as they come in looking as much as possible to keep themselves as a full squad and get those points. But just before this position came in, we did see on the kill field the boys from Slime for KT taking out the boys from BBC, and I remember you did speak about them not being able to show exactly what they're capable of in several games, but Slime taking them out. What do you think about that, DK?
Well, Slime applying a lot of pressure right down on towards them, but we see in that feed a lot of pressure now being played as the players there from Desert Flame are just looking to lock in that southern position on the zone itself. Solo Esports, Rilla Insider, and Mad Knight positioned alongside each other, as we can see up on towards this northwestern side of the zone. Look at the angles being held here by Zeke as he steps up, spots out Playboy, and drives in a beautiful knock. Not yet securing that elimination, but it's going to be just trying to pick up as much damage as they can on towards that vehicle. Team Nzimbi now caught in a very difficult position. They are getting rushed as the players there from Underrated sweep on forward, and a great little bit of a steal being brought in here by Zeke, just helping to close the gate on them. And of course, the engagements will continue as we can see Solo Esports and Mad Knight going toe-to-toe on the very edge. The Beast now trying to bring in the spray, succeeds in doing so. And with that, they eliminate Solo Esports. Now they can just roll their way on forward. But Slime trying to lock in the northern position.
Slime for KT haven't gotten a winner chicken dinner, but before this game started, they were sitting down on top of that leaderboard, continuing to show some impressive performances right here as they've got themselves 7 kills in this particular one, having taken out the boys from BBC. Now face the boys from Zero Tolerance, who are right there in front of them. If they do get one knock, they might be looking to make that push. But also talking about another squad who has been doing quite well in this particular day is the boys from Desert Flame right here, and this one, as they do send out a nade onto the boys from Underrated, looking to get that one knock, and maybe, just maybe, that might be the opportunity and the first kill for them right here. Six God, do the nades finish? He just keeps sending them over and over and over again.
Oh, but of course a follow-up spray. Nice play to bring on in. Six trying to create that vulnerability in the players there from Underrated, but just goes to town with the sprays as Clutch also now gets traded on up. It is now a very difficult position for the players from Underrated to try and bounce back from. They have a little bit of pressure coming through there from Mad Knight right behind them, so not quite sure whether or not they'll be able to make the plays, but as we can see, it is going to be the players there from Slime 4KT now looking to lock themselves into zone. The only team currently situated within that next shift. But here we go. The plays happening on the edge of zone. Underrated, trying to lock it through. Trying to get themselves into a little bit more favorable setup. Trying to line up those angles. But Pyros and Paraboy not having the best luck. Desert Flame also in a very surprising position. I would have thought by this time that they could have maybe rotated up into wood zone. But it does seem like they are looking to find a few of those eliminations along the way. Mad Knight, meanwhile, are going to be looking absolutely fantastic. 9 eliminations to their name. Quickly dispatching up ammo in before pushing back into the zone.
Oh, Mad Knight trying as much as possible to hold their position, but now let's turn our sights onto the boys from Desert Flame, who are coming in on this particular one, trying to take out the boys from Underrated, but Flacco goes down right there as the rest of his teammates, Menstrual and Six God, will be looking to see if they can finally clear out the boys from Underrated. With fellas putting in the work, he gets another knock, but it's down to just Six God. Look at that zone, and they go down as well. Woo!
Wow, what a costly engagement there for Desert Flame. I mean, that strategy not really working out the way that they would have hoped, but at least they walk away with a few of those eliminations. Mad Knight, meanwhile, now have quite a challenge at hand as they need to get themselves situated back into that zone. 9 eliminations strong. You can see the players there from Slame up ahead, so a lot of opportunities now lie in wait for the players here from Mad Knight. But first, they need to get through Team Unique. well, posing the most danger, the biggest threat to them. But it is going to be some quick reactions as the Beast now gets hit. Unfortunately, the third-party plays will continue to fly on through. The Beast now the final hope for here as Umowin gets knocked on down. Phoenix with their head on an absolute swivel, but up comes the continuation from the Beast, and it is going to be Plaza to lock that elimination in. The shots will continue to fly all over the place. The players here from Slime 4KT are looking to bring in their very first winner chicken dinner right here in the finals, but Zero Tolerance now just trying to put up a bit of a defensive position. It is going to be Lord to get traded on down. Skydo will be the final hope. Oh, out comes the hits. Will this one be the hit now? Oh, yes, indeed. It is going to be Zero Tolerance also now to get eliminated.
Man, Slime for KT put in the work in that particular one. At some point in time, I thought the boys from Zero Tolerance were going to hold their position right there with Skydo trying as much as possible to keep them alive in this game. But now we're turning our sights onto the boys from Team Unique who are trying to get a player back up in that particular one. But look at this from Slime for KT. They've got themselves 11 kills in this particular one. They've got a full squad, and now they're turning the sights onto several different teams just in front of them. Look at those knocks coming in from Sexy Fexy right there as he does get himself another knock. Now he can push in fully onto the last player for Unique and maybe, just maybe, get that wipe. Whew!
Yeah, it's not a maybe anymore, as we can see that DBS coming into play once again. But now it is all down to Mercy, the final player standing between Slime 4KT and a winner chicken dinner. And with that, they lock it in, walking away with their 15 eliminations alongside the chicken. That puts them on 30 points in total and 112 damage being dealt. Slime just absolutely popping off, just showcasing their talents and ensuring that this time around they at least lock in that winner chicken dinner. So what an absolutely phenomenal play that was. I mean, Fexy picking up 10 of the eliminations there.
Sexy Fexy getting himself yet again. I would be shocked and amazed if he wasn't the match MVP for this one. That would represent 3 back-to-back wins of that award for him. Incredible performance from the squad. 3,000 damage. Wow, that is a lot. You know, we were speaking a lot earlier about how sometimes you dish out so much damage. There's so many third-party scenarios that end up stealing away these eliminations from you. And we see that happening here with Slime 4KT, as they could easily have doubled their eliminations tally given the damage that they outlaid on this one. I can't believe I'm saying this, Fire. Slime 4KT, they should feel disappointed with only getting 30 points here on Erangel Part 2.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the amount of damage that they had, you can clearly see that they probably had some kills stolen, or they couldn't just finish a lot of the knocks that they were getting. But still, getting 15 eliminations at the end of the day and getting those 30 points is a huge one for them.
It's absolutely massive. They have actually broken every single metric that we had available here today, DK. They have the most damage in one map, the most eliminations in one map, the most points so far accrued in the solitary map of play in the finals of the PUBG mobile side of the Umzansi Esports League. Slime 4KT, you know, I'll be honest, throughout the league and even throughout the semifinals, I had my doubts. I was like, is the Slime 4KT that we know, are they really gone? Is it a situation where they are over the hill? We're no longer going to see that version of themselves. They're past their prime. Those doubts are gone here, DK, because this squad is now looking to be not only incredibly cracked this evening, but certainly looking like the squad to beat so far in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League.
Yeah, I mean, they just had to shed a little bit, right? And that is exactly what a snake does, right? That's why they've got the logo, because they keep on adapting, they keep on shading and just improving as they go. And I really like the form that they took on moving into this last match. It was such an insane performance coming through from Slime, but that is the Slime that we know and love, right? And they've already been showing quite a bit of consistency in the previous 3 matches. But it is so great to see them push it all the way to the very finish and just secure that winner chicken dinner alongside it as well.
Yeah, I mean, Agfire, this is exactly what we wanted, right? We were discussing earlier today before the action started. What do we make of these squads that placed consistently throughout the semifinals, but weren't necessarily able to get winner chicken dinners? And we often saw in the semifinals just how much of a detriment that could be to your overall points tally. And we were all worried about squads like Desert Flame Esports, although Desert Flame Esports lost there in the semifinals, something else entirely. But there was a little bit of worry about these squads. Can they level up to the point where you're winning consistently, not just placing highly consistently? And with Slime 4KT now demonstrating that they can do everything. Not only can they be consistent on the night, they can also get, while being consistent on placement points, still be consistent with eliminations from Sexy Fexy. And then when Sexy Fexy really goes off, that also leads into the squad also claiming a winner chicken dinner, tons of damage, tons of points for them. So clearly they have something psychologically that they're able to turn on that other squads just lack at this point in time. What do you think it is? What's the special ingredient, in your opinion, that Slime 4KT has in their arsenal that the other squads need to try and copy ASAP?
I think that they have a very good IGL. They have a couple of very good players like Fex, and all of them individually are very good players. I do believe and have been told that they all sort of like rotate at being IGL, so they try to be very smart individually. So it's not just one person making the decisions, but they also do have a very great IGL within their team who does help them take those decisions.
Their decision making has been impeccable this evening. Let's take. Do we even need to look at the MVP vote? We know exactly who it's going to be. We know what's up. We know what it is. What a surprise. It's Sexy Fexy. For the third time today, definitely all being like, oh, we know this guy's name. 10 eliminations, 1,600. 1,600. Are you kidding me? What? What is this, DK? Nah, fam. No. This has to stop. Somebody please stop Sexy Fexy from doing this to the lobby day in, day out. I'm sure there's people right now in the lobby who just not allowed to play PUBG Mobile because Sexy Fexy just keeps showing up, killing you, and walking away.
I mean, it's the risk you take when you step into the lobby. I mean, that is just the way it goes. And you got to commend the efforts being brought in here by Sexy Fexy. I mean, that is super sexy to see Fexy do things like that, especially when it's 1,615 damage being dealt in one single match. I mean, that is more damage than what some of the teams have been able to do in this past matches as well.
Yep, absolutely. Given how much damage he did last time around, let's see, in one day, he's actually cracked, he's close to 3,000 damage. Good job. Good job, Sexy Fexy, knowing exactly what he's doing in this lobby right now. Of course, though, he's not playing alone. The rest of the squad has to be there to enable him, and they've done a fantastic job at doing that. And that's why they got the winner chicken dinner. Of course, this isn't the only squad we need to discuss here. The team I really want to talk about here, Actfire, as we are going to be looking at our match ranking here after this final map of Erangel, part 2 for the evening. I want us to talk about Trinity Gaming, the squad that we see in 5th position right now. 0 eliminations. When at some point, right, I was watching when we were down to like the top 5 teams, and I was like, wait a second, Mercy is just chilling in the grass. The team has gotten no eliminations, but nobody has a proper read on where he's at right now. They've managed to get into the top 5 here from this match. They got themselves 2nd place overall, but not having any eliminations. To me, I guess it's an okay outlay for them, given that it's been a struggle city for the rest of the matches here. As good as it is for them going forward to at least have this additional injection of 12 points, this does not bode well in my mind. The fact that if you look around them, they're the only squad here in this first page that has no eliminations at all, that played purely for the placement points.
Yeah, I think like we did mention in the previous game, there are always going to be those situations where you're not going to be popping off. You're probably going to have a bad game. But here's what it is: if Trinity Gaming had one bad game right now and they took away 12 points from that bad game, then it's fine. It's fine. What you want to do is all teams are going to have 1 or 2 bad games in a day, right? But what you want to make sure is when I do have that bad game where I'm not popping off in the lobby, how many points do I take away from that game?
So at least you recover something from that outlay. Makes sense to me. Of course, it helps a lot that in this particular lobby, Slime 4KT was just mopping up everybody, taking everything away. So they have all the eliminations. There's a reason why their 30 points represents pretty much double what the 2nd and 3rd place is able to accomplish, which is kind of remarkable given just how deep we are into the Umzansi Esports League's 5th season. Of course, ZTS will be just around Trinity Gaming with themselves having 13 points. Right underneath Trinity will be Underrated Esports on 10. Desert Flame, 5 points. Team Apex on 4. We are yet again seeing a bit more of this disparity. What I find very interesting, DK, is that we seem to have these bookends where Erangel Part 1 has some disparity, not that crazy. Sanhok equalizes. Miramar spreads apart again, but once we come on Erangel Part 2, things are just extremely spread apart and very unequal. Why is this dynamic actually prevalent? And we've seen it so far throughout the semifinals, but it does seem to be, as soon as we got to the playoffs, that keeps happening map on map. What do you think is causing this particular effect?
It's due to the map rotation. Because we start on Erangel and we end on Erangel, the teams have the opportunity to move through Sanhok, move through Miramar, to get themselves reacquainted and readjusted to whatever was missing on the very first Erangel. So when they come back in, the teams have now had the opportunity to hone those skills. And that is why we're seeing this absolutely insane performance coming through. That is why Slime was able to come in so aggressively. But we also had two other teams stepping up with some really strong eliminations, right? We had two other teams coming in with 9 eliminations apiece. So that is the result of having Sanhok and Miramar before returning back over onto Erangel once again.
We certainly do see the influence of having those prior maps and how it changes the team's approach to Erangel Part 2. Speaking of Erangel, Team Lag, who had done very well on Erangel Part 1, winning the winner chicken dinner, unfortunately unable to replicate that here on Erangel Part 2, only getting 3 points for their efforts at the end of the day. BBC right beneath them, Chaos Kings right above them, but all of them at the 5-point mark, which is very detrimental to your potential advancement in the tournament. Solo Esports, Relay Insider, both of them having 2 points apiece as well. But down here at the bottom, Team Nzimbi and EFX, yet again failing to have any kind of significant splash. But at Fire, we have to talk about Blackjack Esports. This squad came into the finals as one of the squads to watch. And not only one of the squads to watch, but one of the squads that could easily be tipped for winning the entire tournament. And yet tonight, it hasn't looked that way. Where is the Blackjack Esports that we saw throughout the tournament, especially in the semifinals? Where have they disappeared to tonight on the most important day ever, potentially, in the Umzansi Esports League?
I think one of the things that's obviously affected them is that several different teams have stepped up their gameplay. You're now seeing teams like Desert Flame perform a lot better than they were in the previous stage. Slime for KT is coming in and they're absolutely storming the lobby. So it's affecting them, right? There's teams like Lag and the other guys who are still performing quite well. You also have Mad Knights who's also doing their thing and providing them some really tough time right there. So it's getting tougher and tougher for a lot of these guys, but I still believe that we will see a lot more from BJE in coming days.
BJE do not have many more opportunities to try and make this climb up the leaderboard, because as it stands right now, these squads at the very top are making a very clear case of staying there. Slime 4KT very far above, 24 points ahead of their closest competitor in the form of Zero Tolerance Skills, who's sitting on 44 points. Just for context, everybody, those 24 points is what Team Lag got when they won Erangel. They got a winner chicken dinner, won the whole map, and that's what you have to do just to make up the gap, not even to overtake Slime 4KT. Team Unique coming in right beneath them with 42 points. Desert Flame Esports tied up with Mad Knights on 36 apiece. And of course, Team Lag continues their downward slide this evening, now dropping down to 6th position despite starting the day in first. DK, psychologically, where are they at right now on the side of Team Lag? They have to know that things have not gone in their way today. And in some senses, it's actually more painful to start strong and finish weakly than vice versa. So where are they right now? And what do they need to change coming into tomorrow's day of competition as well?
I mean, we know that they are capable of success. We saw that in the very first match. All they need to do is double down, right? That's what they need to do. They just need to double down. They need to double the placement points. They need to double the aggression. And that is what's kind of working in favor of Slime, is they are leading the pack with aggression. They've got more elimination points than they do have placement points. They got 37 eliminations. That's more than the two teams behind them combined. So that is some pretty phenomenal points to see. And that just showcases the importance of locking in those eliminations. Placement point is one thing, but eliminations, that's the kicker at the end of the day. So I do think if the teams are looking to push up, they need to try and bring in a little bit more of the aggression as well.
As you've reiterated several times today, eliminations are guaranteed points as well. Placement points a little bit up in the air until the very end of the lobby. The only other squad here on this first page that has more eliminations than they do placement points is Team Apex, here towards the bottom, having 20 eliminations and 11 placement points for themselves. However, I would hazard a guess that several of these came in the last two maps, where they found themselves in decent spots towards the end of affairs there. 31 points for them at the very bottom here. It's still decent. It's a lot of headroom to make up between themselves and the very top teams, but certainly not out of possibility just yet for them. Of course, this is just the top 8 squads. We still have another page of results here to go. The bottom 8 squads that have to do a lot more work to try and claw their way back up. X-Fire, talk to me about this, right? Because if I'm a Zero Tolerance Skills, a Unique, a Desert Flame, a Mad Knight, pretty much all the teams on this first page, I can look at the situation and say, it's difficult, but there's still a realistic shot of us being able to take down Slime 4KT, or especially a Team Unique or a Zero Tolerance Skills, given that we only need one good game to be able to accomplish that. We're not that far apart in terms of points. Once we drop lower down the card, though, it becomes less of we need a good game and more we need 1, 2, 3 good games, and we need everybody above us to have awful experiences within the lobby. So how do you prepare for that? How do you get ready for a situation that is frankly no longer fully in your control?
Oof, that's a very, very good and difficult question because for me, I'll just say they are prepared. They've gotten themselves all the way into that finals. They've gotten themselves into this particular position, so they know what they're capable of. They've just got to keep on up their game plan. These guys have got coaches. They've got IGLs at this particular point in time. They know themselves. They've been playing through they played semifinals. They played the qualifying stages. They've gotten to this point, so they know what to expect from each other. True, some teams are stepping it up, but generally speaking, they understand the lobby quite well.
Understanding is usually the first key in being able to open up these squads, open up the lobby, figure out a way forward for yourselves. As we look at the second page right now, we see some of the points here. Real Insider not too far away from our teams in 7th and 8th position, as they have 29 points, only a couple of points difference. Chaos Kings and Solo Esports both tied up at 23 apiece. A bit further away, but not outside of the realm of possibility. You know what terrifies me, DK? I'm looking at this, right? And I just realized something. Trinity Gaming, who just came third, who just got 16 points in total. To be fair, a large bulk of their points in total did come from the 4th map of the evening on Erangel Part 2. They would have to more than quadruple their points if they were to catch up to Slime 4KT. That is shocking to me. Even when we're in the league, even when we're seeing these squads posting up triple digits in terms of their placement points overall, it still wasn't this stark of a disparity between page 1 and 2. It's one thing if we were still on 4 pages like at the beginning, but this is frankly ridiculous, DK. How on earth do you catch up to a squad that is proving themselves to be this much further ahead of you?
I mean, at the end of the day, it is a mental game as well. And I think the teams just need to remember that they do have a certain strategy that they are exceptionally proficient in. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the finals, right? Obviously, they've proven themselves to make it up to this point. So what I would like to see is just teams going back to their roots, playing the style that they are confident in playing. I mean, the finals is not necessarily a point in where you need to change up your strategy. Instead, you need to double down on what it is that you feel the most comfortable with doing. Now, should that be a positional play or an aggressive play, whichever it is, bank on that, because I mean, the longer these teams take to really step into their own, the more challenging it will become for them to be successful at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And speaking of doing what you are comfortable and proficient at doing, we're going to be taking a look right now at the people that have been most proficient at getting everybody else out of the lobby, as we do have our elimination leaderboard coming up right now. Of course, as everybody needs to remember, since this is the finals weekend, we have reset everything. So Skydu, who was enjoying #1 slot up until the end of the semifinals, gotta rework hard, my friend, yourself back up there. And you especially have to work hard, Actfire, to get anywhere close to Sexy Fat. Sexy Fexy, look at him. 7-7-7, occupying positions 3, 4, and 5 for Plaza, Zeke, as well as for Berserk. All of them have to combine to get the same performance that Sexy Fexy was able to accomplish in one day. Look at the damage numbers. What is this? This is actually kind of insane. I have a feeling that tonight, any of these teams that are downloading the VODs, guess whose perspective they're going to be watching tonight to try and figure out how the hell he accomplished this. So honestly, I really want to see if anybody's going to be able to catch up to him over the course of these next couple of days. The one thing that I do find interesting about this, though, DK, is that he's managed to do this without having necessarily the highest amount of survivability. As we see, his average survival time is about average for what we see on the page right now, and from what we've seen just generally in the lobby, hasn't been outside of the winner chicken dinner, the person that always is down to the very wire, but yet somehow is able to be extremely efficient with what he's able to do with every second that he's alive here. How do you practice to get to the point where he is this efficient and you are able to always turn damage into as many knocks as humanly possible? Because it's not like anybody else in the lobby lacks for accuracy. It's not like they lack for experience, but for some reason, SexyFX is able to turn that into eliminations, whereas everybody else is not able to do so, at least not as consistently as he does. So what's the secret sauce? If there's anybody at home trying to figure out how to practice and be the next one, what do they do?
I think SexyFX has has started to become one with technology, right? They're becoming an android, because that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because if we look at the other players, there's nothing that Fexy has on their side that no one else has, right? They all use devices, they all use the game, they all play the same version of the game, right? But there's just something that's absolutely cracked on Fexy's side. Now, we did see a similar kind of play coming through from Skydo in the days leading up to this weekend. So it's not entirely outside the realm of reality. But, I mean, SexyFX is just taking that dial and just turning it up a little bit further than we are accustomed to seeing. And that's resulting in some really impressive performances.
Absolutely. The performance that we've seen from Slime4KT deservedly have them at the very top right now. But it's still only day number 1 of this finals weekend, and there's still a lot more PUBG Mobile to come. 8 more maps in particular over the course of these next 2 days. Axfire, we have seen, of course, in the normal league portion and in the semi-final playoffs that things can change on a dime, and the results that we have right now could easily be upended. For example, there have been teams who are here, Solo Esports, Team Apex, Mad Mites, and ZTS in particular, who did spend some time at the very top of the leaderboard, far and away the best versus everybody else, but they still got caught up to, had like a very bad day at the office, and then suddenly everybody else is starting to either get close or overtaking at that point. From what you've seen from Slime4KT, what do the squads need to do? What are some of the weaknesses? Because nothing is perfect, right? So where's some chinks in the armor that you think can be exploited by a ZTS, by a Team Unique, in order to get themselves into a better position?
I think that if Slime continues to play this way, the only team that has the consistent, strategy towards taking them down over time that I've seen in previous seasons is Desert Flame now from a G3. They usually hold a very defensive position during those final circles, and that probably is where Slime may falter if they are at their top form. Because when Desert Flame holds a defensive position, they're very, very hard, almost impossible sometimes to break down.
DK, what do you think about this? If you were going to be one of the coaches, let's say tomorrow you got employed and they were like, give us the download. What's the best way to get ourselves into the same position we've seen Slime accomplish today?
Shock and awe, just rush Slime before they get weapons. I mean, go study their drop locations and just hunt them down, because if you let Slime grab a weapon, if you let them get armor, yeah, it's done, right? It's done. I mean, especially if SexyFX gets one. That's just like, I mean, you got to lock your aim in onto wherever SexyFX could be. You got to channel your inner SexyFX. Just go find them and make sure that you don't have to work with that trouble for the remainder of the match.
Everybody at home, if you are one of the competitors, make sure that you're taking this advice on hand, because if you allow Slime4KT to replicate these performances, you have no chance in being able to take the top position. As it stands right now, Slime4KT number 1 in the overall rankings. Whether or not they will stay there will be up to the other 15 teams involved in our finals here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. Of course, with more action to come in the next 2 days, it does mean that this evening of events is now over and we'll be closing things out. Before we go, though, please make sure, everybody at home, that you are giving the appropriate love towards those who have brought you this action. Go ahead and follow at ActFire, fire with 2 E's, and as well DK_GamingZA, or ZA_Gaming. My bad, I keep messing that one up. And give them some love. Let them know exactly how much you've enjoyed the commentary and insights that they've presented to you here in this evening of action. And of course, make sure that you are following at Nodwin Gaming Africa to be abreast of all developments here within the Umzansi Esports League. Day 1 of finals weekend. is now over. Day 2 coming very shortly, and it will start at the exact same time and the exact same place. So here at the Nodwin Gaming team, we're going to be bidding you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to continue the action, continue the hype, and continue to crown the best of African esports. Till then, we love you, and we'll see you tomorrow.